Welcome back to Today at Keeneland and the final Friday of this fall meet, down to the final 2 days. And we've got 10 races today, 10 races tomorrow to close out this fall meet, and perfect weather, it looks, to close things out. A high nearing 70 degrees on this Friday afternoon.
I'm glad you're back, Scott. We missed you yesterday. A lot of people asked about you yesterday. That should make you feel good.
Well, we're rested up and ready to go. It's National Frankenstein Day. I felt like Frankenstein on Wednesday, for what it's worth. But here we are getting after this 10-race card here today at Keeneland. So looking forward to it. We've got the Rubicon Valley View Grade 3 event. A couple of scratches that have just come down through the pipe. Frippet, the number 2 horse, is out, as well as Dolce Zell, who probably would have been the post-time favorite in the Rubicon Valley View.
Yeah, definitely have to reassess this race. The 1 California Angel will probably be a short price. The 6 Majestic Glory will get bet. I would say one of those two will be the favorite.
Yeah, I would say so. So that's the feature, which we'll touch on in just a few moments here on Today at Keeneland. But let's take a look back at yesterday's racing. With my layup yesterday, I had the great pleasure of just sitting back at home and enjoying the racing. It was great, and listening to your analysis. And we saw Get on the Bus for O'Neill and Bay Hirano. Good to see those California connections strike for J. Paul Redham here in Kentucky. Rarify, Wesley Ward, Rosario, they were the team of the day. They had 3 wins yesterday, right?
3 wins. This duo, and Joel Rosario with an ultra-confident ride on this filly, just looking back behind him and not seeing anybody catch him.
And a Keeneland graduate, $750,000.
Look at this confident ride. Look at this. He's just galloping along.
I could do that. Maybe. That was the feature, too, or one of the features, was it not? Race 7?
Mm-hmm.
Wesley Ward, big smile.
50,000 claiming.
Nah, this was the featured race. Lovely Princess, McPeak, Hernandez, 5-1, and this is one that you liked as well.
My side bet. Not even Tom Leach could help you out yesterday.
You've just been steamrolling us. How about this trainer standing, jockey standing? I mean, this is the norm here at Keeneland, whether it's the spring or fall. It always comes down to the wire.
It does, especially the jockey's race. And a lot of the times we see riders come and go throughout the meet. Sometimes they have really big days, like Joel Rosario. Tyler Gaffalione had a really big day. Luis Saez, Flo had a good days. But when it comes down to the trainer standings, I don't know. Who do you think is going to – can we do a little side wager?
Sure.
Who do you think is going to win leading trainer? Do you think Wesley Ward's going to rally, or do you think Todd Pletcher is going to maintain?
Brad Cox comes flying from off the pace. He's got the most, if I'm not mistaken, of anybody the rest of this weekend. He's got 6 scheduled entrance races, 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Wesley has horses in 3, 5, and 10, and Todd has horses in 1 and 8. Okay. So the numbers favor Brad Cox. I'll take Brad Cox 3 off the pace here at Keeneland.
What's on the line is a really good bottle of wine. Is that fair?
That's fine.
Like $50 minimum.
I was thinking pickleball paddles, but that's fine.
Yeah, you've got enough of those.
That's true.
I think Todd Pletcher, or as you like to call him, T. Pletch, will maintain. I'm in the Pletcher camp.
There's only one trainer you like more, and you're married to him. So you take Pletcher, I'll take Brad Cox, and we'll leave it at that.
Cool.
And I love Wesley Ward. This is gambling. This is gambling. All right, let's go to WKYT for this afternoon's weather.
Well, if you're heading out today to Keeneland, keep in mind it's going to be another really good day out there with temperatures that are going to get almost near 70 degrees. So shaping up for a great Friday. And we see the horses run on by. Just like those temperatures, we are going to move well up the thermometer with mostly sunny skies, getting almost near 70. We, of course, have a dry tack. Of course, some breezier winds from time to time, but really not too bad of a day. I hope you guys all have a great day at the races.
Yeah, it's going to be very nice today, and expect to see even warmer temperatures tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, for closing day. So make it a point to come out here for the final 2 days. And if you can't make it out on these final 2 days, come out in any of the mornings. Tomorrow we've got Sunrise Trackside, Headless Horseman tomorrow, Key Breeders' Cup workers as well. Flightline's going to be working tomorrow morning, the favorite for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Yep. I want to say scheduled around 7:30 a.m.
Yes, but who knows? He might go a little bit earlier than that. I would play it on the safe side and come out a little bit earlier than that. Life
Okay.
is Good is going to potentially be working early. Malathat and Ness, talked to Todd Pletcher earlier this morning. He's not going to work them in company tomorrow,
Darn.
but they both will be working. Yeah, a lot going on.
It's going to be a busy morning tomorrow, so make it a point to come out and join us, whether it be for the morning or the afternoon or both. As far as full card picks, let's take a look at them as Gabby gets back to work on the full card selections for this penultimate day of racing.
We agree a lot. The 6 in race 1, the 3 in race 3, 6th race we agree, the 7th race we agree, the 9th race we agree. I don't like that.
What's wrong with that? I'm telling you, I am
Nothing.
feeling the best I have felt in weeks, for what it's worth. I am
You
back
have
on my
really
game.
rallied.
I feel, I mean, I'm not kidding you. At Keeneland Racing on Twitter, give us a follow. At Keeneland on Facebook, for Instagram, at Keeneland, and give FanDuel TV a follow as well. And make sure you join us each and every morning on FanDuel TV for those breakfast shows here at Keeneland, as there is a lot to cover starting at 7 a.m., 7 to 10, now through next Thursday, the day that leads us into the Breeders' Cup World Championships on Friday and Saturday of next week. And the FanDuel Plus app, download it there. If you can't catch those breakfast shows, they're on demand on the FanDuel Plus app. That is available on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. If you had Watch TVG before, that was the previous label on it, that transition. So just go to your device and it'll be there for you, FanDuel Plus, in case you are wondering. So full card picks, social media. Time now to get into our featured event, the Rubicon Valley View Grade 3 event. We touched on those key scratches that just came down the line. Dolce Zell, the 5, scratched. Frippet, the 2, scratched. Oakhurst was a scratch from earlier, and Diamond Wow was scratched, part of the early scratches being on the also eligible. So, as you said, it's going to come down between Majestic Glory and California Angel as to who ends up being the favorite, and it's really kind of a coin flip, I would say, in the end.
But I also think with the scratch of the 5 and the 2, it kind of changes the complexion of the race. I don't think that there's a lot of pace in there anymore, and that could be a problem for California Angel.
It could be. I mean, Turner Loose, maybe the 11 filly, Sparkle Blue, the 9 could sit forward. I like California Angel. I mean, this is a filly that has overperformed every step of the way. When you consider what Chris Walsh purchased this California Chrome filly for back in 2021, $5,500. She's made over $300,000. She won the Grade 2 J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine back last year at the age of 2 before giving it a go in the Breeders' Cup. Her last race, which will roll back for you just a couple weeks back. In fact, 2 weeks to the date in the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Series Challenge Cup, I should say, presented by Dixiana. She was only beaten 2 lengths behind Gina Romantica, McCulloch, and Bella Bell. That's saying something, and hopefully she gets a little bit more pace set up. Hopefully she runs a little bit better based on that here today. It took her a while to switch her leads in the end, but you've got to respect this hard-trying California Chrome filly out of the George Leonard III barn, Rafael Bejarano. Give me her over the 6-horse Majestic Glory, the well-bred daughter of Frankel, who in the Grade 3 Pebbles was 4th just behind Gina Romantica, that really nice filly of Chad Brown, and then the 9-horse Sparkle Blue will round up my top 3. Remember that in the Virginia Oaks, was it Candy Light? Mm-hmm. She came back, put together a huge performance for Graham as well at the beginning of the meet, and she was second, Sparkle Blue, in front of Candy Light in the Virginia Oaks, and this is her follow-up race, so she's got to be viewed as a serious contender. And you've got the white-hot Joel Rosario off the 3-win day yesterday. So 1, 6, 9, those are my top 3 in the Grade 3 Rubicon Valley View.
Okay, I stay with the same race. The number 6, Majestic Glory, is the top pick for me, though. You mentioned coming out of the Grade 3 Pebbles last time out against the likes of Gina Romantica, who would go on to win the Grade 1 QE2 here. We'll show you her most recent race. This was at the mile distance. Now she stretches out a little bit farther. You can see she's hugging the rail. She broke from post position 1 that day, and Dylan Davis, who was aboard her this day, really trying to get after her. And I think this was a learning experience for her, Scott. This was her North American debut. She's kind of in a tight spot down on the inside, has to go in between the rail and another filly. But I actually thought she closed well, as you can see in the short comment, said good energy. And I agree with that short comment that she was trying. I think she could have even gotten third if she was out in the clear and closing from off of the pace. So she got a lot of experience out of that effort. And I also think she'll be able to be a little bit more forwardly placed with the added distance. California Angel, I agree with you with all those points. I almost think she's a little bit better with some give in the ground. She doesn't get that today, though. And then the 11, Turner Loose. When I re-handicapped this race, I wanted to include Turner Loose. She's had moments of, I don't want to say the brilliance, but she's had moments where you look at those races and you think, okay, she could probably win. But more so it's because of her early speed. She could maybe control or be forwardly placed. And in my opinion, it's a paceless race.
And we'll find out. So that is the look at the Rubicon Valley View here today. For more on this race, we go back to Tom Leach.
Todd Pletcher will saddle Majestic Glory in the Rubicon Valley View. Second start for you since she came over from Europe. What have you learned about her?
Well, we thought she ran well. You know, she typically, as a lot of Europeans, didn't break real sharply, but we liked the way that she finished. She's come back with a good breeze over the course here, so I think she's in a position to move forward.
If there's a little bit of give in the ground coming from Europe, would she be just fine with that, I assume?
Yeah, I don't think that would bother her. You know, the turf has been very firm. A little bit of rain might put it in just the right condition for her.
And Saturday is going to be a big day for the Pletcher barn for Breeders' Cup horses, right?
Well, that's our scheduled breeze day for the horses that are running on Saturday. So, you know, right now the forecast looks favorable. We'll continue to monitor that closely, but right now we're looking to go on Saturday.
We saw in the show here the Malathat and Nest in their latest work. How's Life is Good doing for the Classic?
He's doing great. He had a really strong work, and he's come out of it in good order, so he'll have another good 5 furlong breeze here on Saturday, and then that'll be most of the major conditioning.
Good luck with all of them.
Thank you.
That is Todd Pletcher, and he's got Majestic Glory in the Rubicon Valley View.
All right, we thank Todd Pletcher. We thank Tom Leach. Go Big Blue Nation, Tom Leach here this afternoon. That is a look at the featured race here today. Let's go into our key races of the afternoon. I'm going to start with race number 7 here on this 10-race card. The Myrtlewood 2-year-old fillies going 6 furlongs. Al the Star, a scratch out of here, so a field of 10. Key of Life, 8-5. Shorter than that at post time?
Probably. Yeah, I think so.
She might be a freak show. That's the only way of putting it. I mean, she was bet on debut. She didn't break, but then they put it all together with her in their next 2 starts. She breaks her maiden at 66 cents on the dollar at Churchill Downs, and then follows it up with the run earlier this meet on opening weekend here at Keeneland, which we'll roll back for you. She sat handy, up close, and when Florent Giroux laid her down, she opens up in the final 1/8 of a mile by 6 1/4 lengths to win this race. She did so in 1:10.2. That's a very fast time for the 2-year-old filly, or any 2-year-old filly. She's a daughter of Motown. If she breaks well, puts herself in good position, I don't think that there's a filly in this race that has shown us that they're capable of out-finishing her if she puts together those kinds of efforts that we've seen from Key of Life. So even money or 4-5 would be my guess for the daughter of Motown for Hoffman's Family Stables and Fleury Racing Stables. Got the inside filly as my second choice for Michael Campbell and Melon Patch. They've brought some solid horses here through the recent years. Melon Patch, the Chicago connections coming down from Hawthorne. They like to take their horses to Colonial during this time of the year, during the fall. Come here to Keeneland. She's won her last 2. She's got to be sharp from post 1. She has been in the past. You see the inside draws that she's had in her last 2, so she's comfortable on the inside. And then somebody's problem on the outside for Greg Foley. Went over to Prairie Meadows, pick up a stakes win. She's run some fast times as well. She'll be to the outside, so she might be tracking off these other 2 fillies, and hopefully being to the outside of them won't cost her giving up some of that ground. So 6-1-11 with Key of Life being, I think, one of the best plays of the day, to be honest with you.
I am going to stay with the same race, and I agree with you, Scott. I would just love to know what it feels like to be on a horse like that. When we watched the backtrack, the replay with Flo, he just kind of asked her a little bit, and then she just kind of took off. And it's just so much natural ability. She could be anything. Key of Life, I have nothing more to add than what you said. But the 11 horse, somebody's problem. when you try to beat these heavy favorites, you try to look at horses who have progressed from start to start. And that's what I see from this filly. We'll show you her most recent race. This was in the Prairie Meadows Debutante. And, you say Prairie Meadows and you try to equate that to an allowance field at Keeneland, and yes, it probably wasn't the same type of quality. But look at how this filly responds to her rider as well, and she just goes on to draw away from this field by over 4 lengths. Prior to this, she actually beat a pretty decent maiden special weight field at Ellis Park. This is a very nice filly, Scott, and I think she can progress. Now, the problem is, can she progress to be on even terms with Key of Life? I don't know. But she would be the one that I would use to try to beat her. I just like the progression I've seen from her. I like how she's winning those races. It seems like it's come easy to her. She gets Tyler Gaffleone. There are a lot of things I like about her. So I use her in second. The 2 Satin Doll will be the 3rd selection. I don't know what to make of the Grade 2 Sorrento. I kind of like this filly going into the race. I thought her first race was impressive. She closed from off of it. The Sorrento was just a strung out field, and I don't know moving forward how good it's going to be.
Yeah, those graded stakes races to kick off the summer for young horses are always so tricky because I don't think that you see the best of what the crop is represented because they're focusing their attention obviously on the end of the meet, Grade 1 Del Mar Debutante, Del Mar Futurity, Spin Away, Hopeful, whatever it might be. It's
the same when you're talking about the Schuylerville and those early races in the meet at Saratoga. I feel the same way. I don't think it's they turn out to not be the most productive races, 2-year-old races of the summer.
All right, those are our looks at key races. Let's go to our home field advantage horse of the afternoon. And we got a lot of horses coming back for second runs this meet during this fall meeting. And Mark of the Z, why not? He's 2 for 2 here at Keeneland. We saw him at the beginning of the meets with E.T. Baird tracking off the pace, winning nicely. The Michigan bred just continues to get it done here at Keeneland. So he's in the 10th and final this afternoon. So glad to see that he's back for another attempt here this afternoon. And E.T. comes back in to ride him, and why not? There's been a trainer change to Jose Rodriguez for what it's worth, but he's a 6-year-old gelding. He's won 11 of 38. His biggest paydays undoubtedly have come here at Keeneland Racecourse, so looking to add a little bit more money on the way out here before I would imagine they'll probably have to wrap up his season with turf racing starting to tail off as we get into the winter months. So Mark of the Z, easy one to look forward to, and root for in the nightcap today here at Keeneland. He's the number 6 horse in that race. Our Sales Grad Spotlight takes us to race number 3, and Boudin, right? That's how this is pronounced? Boudin, the Louisiana dish? Are you a fan of Boudin?
Oh, yeah.
$15,000.
I'm a fan of every type of Cajun food.
And you're going to be spending the winter in New Orleans, so.
And I might gain a little bit of weight down there, too.
I think everybody does. Dale Romans owns this horse, Boudin, and this is a grad for $15,000. Gustavo Calleja was the breeder, a offspring of Brody's Cause. So the spotlight shines on Boudin in race number 3, the number 5 horse. As we go to our Clocker report for this Friday, and we'll see what they're looking towards. They're looking at race number 2 to start. Horse to the outside, the number 10 horse, Bucky Bick Coin for Keith DeSormo. A $20,000 claiming event for this runner today with Jimmy Graham in the saddle. Class relief with the drop. Third start off the layoff. 30% maiden special weight to maiden claiming for the barn. And then in race number 10, Frank Catelli, that race that features Mark of the Z. 46-3 from the gate. Speed, local drill, sharp speed, good turf numbers, has run well, fresh, and gets a top pilot in the nightcap. And that is a fast workout. That's one of the faster half-mile drills that we've seen this meet, if I'm not mistaken. 46-3, especially out of the starting gate.
That's kind of a sneaky horse in there that I overlooked. He used to be kind of a freak show for Cal Lynch. And he hasn't really been on the right track as of late, but if he gets back to the races that he was showing earlier in his career, who knows?
Let's take a look at our tickets. We're combining tickets again as you come out this weekend. We are pulling our money together, and Gabby, we're going 2 deep in that first leg of the late pick 4.
It's not really going to pay anything if we get the 3 home in the 9th and if we get the 6 Key of Life home in the 7th. So I just wanted to throw in that other 2-year-old filly that's improving on the outside. 6-11 and the first leg of the sequence. In the 8th race, we're going to be using the 1-6-11. All of those horses we agree on. We agree in our top 3 selections, the 1 California Angel, the 6 Majestic Glory, and the 11 Turner Loose. As we get to the 9th race, we single Powder River, and then we get to all and the nightcap.
$48 ticket for the late pick 4 for Gabby and I's combined ticket. As far as the combined turf pick 3, great to have it back. Starts in race number 5, then moves on to the Rubicon Valley View. That's the featured race 8, and then the 10th and final, that turf sprint.
That is a tough race, though. The 10th and final race. We only have 4 horses in that leg, and obviously the first leg in race 5, we use the 3 Murky and the 8 Aztec Knights, a horse that you like for trainer Wayne Catalano.
Yeah, I like that horse quite a bit, and enough to make that the focus of my best angle segment. So $72 investment, turf pick 3. Make sure you ask for it by name if you're playing the popular $3 turf pick 3 here this afternoon. Races 5, 8, and 10, the sequence there. $3 minimum wager. Key race, let's go to it. Or best angle, I should say. Let's go to that 5th race, Aztec Knights, a horse that comes back here for a second time this meet. Heavenly Sunday is the 7-2 morning line favorite for Brad Cox. 1-for-1, broke the maiden at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. I think a little light on numbers, though, compared to so many of these others, including Aztec Knights. And Aztec Knights, I will put her on top in a 50-cent trifecta, 8 over all. So if she wins, I win, we win if you're going to go in that direction, because this is a filly. We'll go back to her race at Saratoga in August. This was on debut. She wins this race by a length and a quarter, going 5.5. Comes back in the Bolton Landing, runs against Love Reigns and Dance Macabre, 2 stakes-winning fillies. Dance Macabre would win a stake out of that race. We'll see Love Reigns in the Breeders' Cup. But Wayne Catalano on the 9th of October, I spoke to him in the paddock after he gave the leg up on Ricardo Santana Jr. and said, why are you trying dirt? Now, my thought was, why not give it a go? She's a daughter of Sharp Azteca, who's had a sensational start to his stud career. First crop, they're absolutely rolling. Grade 1 winner on dirt. But he said to me, they tried to get her in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine. She was left. She was excluded. I was on the also eligible. She didn't draw in. So they had to go in that direction. Clearly, she's not as good as she is on turf. So they get this race at the end of the meet. They get the opportunity to go after it again. I like her on top, and I think that the distance will suit her as well. So 8 over all, a $61 ticket today in race number 5.
Catman was out there this morning, kicking around.
Do you have Maniwa working?
Maniwa, Aloha West.
Aloha West.
And the winner is.
And the winner
he
is,
has 3 Breeders' Cup horses this year.
And live chances.
Live chances.
All live chances.
All right.
Here's your key race.
Yes,
best angle.
race 3. We need to move along. The 3 Golden Bandit is my best angle of the day for trainer Brad Cox. Now, this colt ran on opening weekend here at Keeneland, and he did not have the greatest of trips. We'll take you back to that race. It was race 6 on that card, and we'll take you back to the gate break, actually. So pay attention to the rail horse. Ooh, did you see that?
Yes.
You looked down.
I did look down.
It was significant.
I
It
lied
was
to you.
bad. It was really bad. This horse stumbled out of the gate, took a couple of stutter steps, went towards the rail, had to regroup, and then ultimately made a little bit of a middle move and then faded late. That's not how you want to start things off, especially from the rail post position, Scott. I mean, those things just can't happen
It's
coming out of
impossible.
the gate. So second time out, now Brad Cox drops him in for $150,000, finds a little bit of a softer spot, better post position, has race experience. I think he's the winner in race 3. $25 win ticket. That's it.
Simple as that. That is our best angles of the day. Let's go back to Tom Leach one last time on this Friday, today at Keeneland, for his long shot play of the day.
We'll go to the second race and look at number 10, Bucky Bitcoin. First angle is that trainer Keith DeSormo hits at a 29% clip when he drops horses out of straight maiden company into maiden claiming, as he does here. Now you look at the race 2 back down at Kentucky Downs, 70 buyers, a nice number. Don't know what happened up in Indianapolis last time, but we'll forgive that effort. Focus on the one previously and the class drop to try to get a price on Bucky Bitcoin in race 2.
Side bet of the day as we go into the final 2 days. Oh, finish him. This is lightning round. I like that. Little Mortal Kombat. Why not? It's perfect.
I love the sound effects. That's aggressive.
Hope none of the kids got scared out here at Keeneland. Top 3 exactas. That's the idea here. So highest total, top 3 exacta payoffs for the day.
Top 3 picks exactas. Oh, okay. Like box your top 3 in an exacta.
Yeah. So
highest payoffs.
Most payoffs, or highest total, I should say, of the day.
Lightning round. So that means double or nothing for you.
Yeah, I could double up here and tie the score.
So tomorrow we'll see.
That would be the
tie game.
The final round. So that's the idea here. Top 3 picks, highest totals. It's going to be a glorious afternoon of racing. We hope that you're going to be joining us out here if you're able to at Keeneland. If not, there's plenty of ways to enjoy at home. Make sure you download the Keeneland Race Day app on your smartphone or tablet. Again, join us out tomorrow morning for Sunrise Trackside. That begins at 8 a.m. It's 8 to 10. That's when the activities take place. You can come out earlier. As Gabby mentioned, there are going to be some big-time Breeders' Cup contenders that you can see up close and personal, training and putting in some key bit of training before the championships next weekend.
The equine and the human stars. It's really cool to just kind of bounce around and chit-chat with people. Sometimes it's a little bit more low-key in the morning, and you get to have these conversations with individuals that are out there. I think that's definitely one of my favorite things about what we do is going out in the mornings and getting to see these athletes train.
It is. It is definitely helpful to watch them and take in those workouts. And also, if you don't have the opportunity to do breakfast at the Breeders' Cup, you can check those out on that FanDuel Plus app on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Apple TV. So 10 races today, 10 races tomorrow, 20 races in total to close out, which has been a beautiful, wonderful fall meet here at Keeneland Racecourse as we get keyed up for the Breeders' Cup World Championships next weekend. Looking ahead to next weekend, is there one horse in particular that you have fallen in love with or look forward to more than any in the Breeders' Cup 2-day event?
I really do. I'm so excited to see Flightline. That was kind of a surreal moment when he won the Pacific Classic. I think he's beyond freaky. Something special. I mean, it's a real treat to see a horse like that run. Other than that, Malabat.
Yeah, she's the one.
And the winner is. I have a horse crush on that horse. He's beautiful.
He's cool. And by the way, Flightline's going to be schooling here in the paddock for race number 1. So come to the paddock if you're here. Check out Flightline, the number 1 rated horse in the world.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
This new Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Rebecca Keith to the paddock. Rebecca is based in Central Kentucky, a graduate of Transylvania University. She has most recently performed with Distilled Theater Company and Leeds Center for the Arts. First, Rebecca will sing our state song, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times come a-knocking at the door. Then my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Ricky Sutton with parking as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Ricky.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast and the turf is listed good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race, where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and also the early pick five will begin. In that opener, scratch the 4, Liberty Star. Again, in the first race, scratch number 4, Liberty Star. Second race, start of the early pick 4, scratch the 3, Fly Home. That's in the second race, scratch number 3, Fly Home. Third race, scratch the 6, Coal Boss. That's the third race, scratch number 6, Coal Boss. Fourth race, scratch number 6, A Little Wild. That's in the fourth race, scratch number 6, A Little Wild. Race 5, start of the pick 6, no carryover. Also start of that Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. A reminder, that is its own specific wager, separate and apart from the regular rolling pick 3s. In race 5, take out number 13, Freitas the Red. 13, Freitas the Red did not draw into the race. Sixth event, start of the late pick 5, no changes in race 6. Seventh race, start of the late pick 4, race 7, the Myrtlewood Stakes, scratch the 10, Alva Star. Again, scratch number 10, Alva Star. Eighth race, the featured grade 3 Rubicon Valley View, scratch number 2, Frippet. Scratch number 3, Oakhurst. Scratch the 5, Dolce Zell. And scratch 14, Diamond Wow. That's in the featured 8th race. Scratch number 2, Frippet. Scratch number 3, Oakhurst. Also scratch the 5, Dolce Zell. And scratch 14, Diamond Wow. Please note, number 13, Sunroof, draws into the race. Number 13, Sunroof, draws into the race. Ninth event has no changes at this time. 10th and final race, no carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. But in that 10th race, scratch number 2, 4 Left. Also scratch the 8, Hollis. Also scratch the 14, Rockcrest. And scratch the 16, City Drifter. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch number 2, 4 Left. Also scratch number 8, Hollis. Scratch the 14, Rockcrest. And scratch the 16, City Drifter. Please note, number 13, Unified Report, draws into the race. And please note, number 15, Knock Her Down, draws into the race. Also in that 10th event, there is a jockey change on number 3, Proven Strategies. That will be Ricardo Santana Jr. That's the 10th race, number 3, Proven Strategies, the jockey, Ricardo Santana Jr. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Very happy Friday to you, Kurt Becker, and for those of you joining us on this beautiful afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse, down to the final 2 days of racing, 10 races today, 10 races tomorrow to close out what has been a phenomenal fall meeting, as it is each and every meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. And Gabby, we got 2 really nice stakes races to kick off these final 2 days of racing at Keeneland for fall 2022.
We have action from start to finish. If you just missed it, Flightline was just in the paddock looking absolutely incredible, and a whole crowd here to see him, including photographers. That was a sight to see. I think he just left.
Okay.
Yeah. What a sight to see. His skin, it doesn't look like there's actually hair on his body. He looks like so perfect.
He's so slick.
Yeah.
You'll be working tomorrow morning if you're going to be joining us early tomorrow here at Keeneland. But let's take a look at the featured events. Starting first with the Grade 3 Rubicon Valley View Stakes. 3-year-old fillies at 1 1/16 on turf. Big scratches here, led by Dolce Zell, the 5, as well as Frippet, the 2. Oakhurst also scratched. Diamond Wow scratched off the also eligibles. California Angel, last year's J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine winner, is the favorite, 7-2. It'll come down between her and Majestic Glory, the 6, for post-time favoritism.
And California Angel, that was her last victory in the Grade 2 Jessamine right here at Keeneland last October, but she does come out of a 4th place finish behind Gina Romantica and the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup. The 6, Majestic Glory, though, has a lot of upside, a lot of potential as she makes her 2nd start in North America for trainer Todd Pletcher.
And then one race prior, race number 7, the 3rd running of the Myrtlewood Stakes. This is going to feature one of the best 2-year-old fillies that we have seen here in Kentucky this year. Key of Life, 8-5 on the morning line. They keep her sprinting here today for Hoffman Family Racing and Fleury Racing Stable. This daughter of Motown was incredibly impressive back during opening weekend here at Keeneland on October 7th, drawing away and winning by 6 1/4 lengths in a first-level allowance condition.
She'll be very tough to beat. But the 11, Somebody's Problem, for trainer Greg Foley, is a filly that just continues to improve with each and every start. She most recently won the Prairie Meadows debutante back in August. She gets Tyler Gaffleone. And we also have some shippers, including the number 2 Satin Doll for trainer Doug O'Neill, who had a nice winner on yesterday's program.
A couple of good fields, some talented fillies. The features here today as we'll kick off this card at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock Eastern, first of 10 for Keeneland Fall Friday. Race number 1 here at Keeneland Racecourse, just having an opportunity to meet the owner of California Angel, Chris Walsh. So we thank George Leonard for that and wish them the best here today in today's Rubicon Valley View. But let's take a look at this first race. 30,000 claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime, starts the early pick 5. And there's a look at Todd Pletcher looking to hold on to this lead in the trainer standings. He's got the number 6 horse, Mahamel, who is currently sitting at odds of 9-5, the very close second choice in the wagering. Big class drop. Second time this meet, they gave this horse a chance against Strobe, the horse that has dazzled us in his 2 starts for Godolphin. So quite a bit of dip in class for this gelding. And if he can run to those races that we saw last year at the age of 3, at the end of the year at the age of 3, he'll be awful tough. But there's a lot of question marks surrounding this horse dropping.
Yeah, he's in for 30. And Scott, when you look at the past performances, he went against First Captain. He went against Speaker's Corner. There are some really, really nice horses that he's been, within a close distance of in the past. But a big, quick drop in class, kind of a give up here. On paper, he looks very hard to beat.
Chasing Rainbows is dropping. He's not taking as big of a drop in respect to the Pletcher runner, but the number 3 horse, Chasing Rainbows, Gary and Mary West, Brad Cox looking to chase down those in front of him in the trainer standings, which is led by Todd Pletcher, as well as Wesley Ward. Wesley making quite an impact in the trainer standings yesterday with those 3 wins. So this could go a long way in Brad's endeavor to pick up another training title here. And, I mean, this is not, to me, as suspect of a drop in class as the 6 is taking.
I agree. And one of the angles that I like to play, I didn't play it in this first race, you never bet a horse dropping off a bad race. Bet the horses that are dropping off of an okay race, and that's the case with the 3 Chasing Rainbows. He found himself a very easy field at Horseshoe Indy last time out because it was an off-the-turf race. It was a field of 6. It was a smaller field. He was 50 cents to the dollar. If he doesn't win that allowance race, he's not going to win a traditional allowance race at Keeneland. This drop in class makes more sense to me.
Another into mischief gelding is the number 5 horse. That is Flint Ridge for Joe Sharp. Was 20-1 last time out at Churchill Downs. That was a tough field, reflected by his odds. What led you in the direction of this gelding?
His races last year, not so much this year, Scott. He's gone against Allowance Company, really hasn't shown much in those fields. He was 2-1 against Allowance Field at Ellis Park 2 starts back. He did not run well. That made him a big long shot against Allowance Company last time at Churchill Downs. But his races last year as a 3-year-old are fast enough to beat this bunch. I just don't know which Flint Ridge we're going to see today.
Flippo is the final horse we'll touch on here on the paddock side. The son of Oxbow for Jeff Thornberry. This is a horse that will cut back in distance and comes out of some Belterra racing, at least one race, I should say. This will be the 5th start of the year. He's got to step things up. There's no question about it, but perhaps the cutback in distance might allow him to kick on late.
Yeah, why not throw a big long shot in underneath and try to get creative in this opener as he is on the board at 19-1.
Just waiting for the riders up call as they'll circle the paddock a few times. Race number 1 at Keeneland. Again, starts today early, pick 5, and it's a 30,000 claimer. Non-1 is a 2 lifetime. We see the 6, Mahamo, now come down to the favorite at odds of 8-5. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. 3-year-olds adopt a $30,000 claiming price. Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 4, Liberty Star. Number 4, Liberty Star scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. Main track is fast. Turf is listed good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. 8 minutes to post for the first race.
Frontside observations for race number 1, 7 minutes to post. Lucky Boss, the number 2 horse, is who you're taking a look at here out of the Robertino Diodoro barn. Was full of energy when coming out with the pony. Now goes off into his warm-up as they go around that first turn. But as you've said to me a few times this meet, a lot of these Southern California invaders haven't fared all that well, and this is one of them. We saw one yesterday for Doug O'Neill, but really top to bottom, and there really haven't been a lot of them. There have been a lot of wins from the West Coast invaders in here to Keeneland.
Not at all. This horse comes from a couple of performances at Santa Anita and Del Mar, but he does get back to the main track today. All of those were turf performances, and actually his dirt races are okay. They claimed him out of a dirt race for $80,000, a race in which he finished second to best actor. So I actually kind of like the move back to the dirt. This seems like a good distance for him too, especially considering the price.
Never count out the coach. Dwayne Lucas. Lansdowne is 24-1 for the late Willis Horton and Willis Horton Racing. 1 for 7 in his career, a horse that broke his maiden on debut. He actually beat Ganite, believe it or not, in that Churchill debut at May 22nd of 2021.
That's incredible, just how horses develop and change throughout their careers. You kind of have to put your hand over the past performances, at least his most recent races, Scott, and just look at this horse as an individual on the track. And I thought he really did look good. So maybe one that might not necessarily win, but could outrun his odds at 25-1.
And I really like the look of the 8-horse, Flippo, who's 19-1. You're seeing him on the other side of the pony, but he's run against some tough company going back to races at the fairgrounds. He was 100-1 behind Pine Knoll. Really didn't belong against that group, but I thought that he made a nice appearance out there with Jimmy Graham, who, as we'll continue to talk about in these final 2 days, has had a really nice meet and taken advantage of all the opportunities that he's been given.
We talked about 3 long shots here, Scott. Maybe this race is right for an upset.
You never know. That's why they run the race. 5 minutes before they do so, race 1 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Chasing Rainbows outrunning for the lead. Lansdowne has early speed as well. Mahamal is up close, and Flint Ridge is there from 4th. Now moving up 3rd in between horses as they head up the back stretch. Lansdowne has the lead, outward from the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length. Chasing Rainbows, second, a half length. And then Flint Ridge is 3rd in between horses. Mahamal 4th, moving in the center of the track, now taking 3rd, and now moves up with Flint Ridge to challenge for the top spot after an opening quarter in 22.49 seconds. So Lansdowne, Flint Ridge, Mahamal to the outside. That's the lead battle. Chasing Rainbows down toward the rail in 4th, just 2 lengths off the front threesome into the far turn. And then Filippo, who travels in the 5th position. Eyes of Glory in 6th. The break of 7 more lengths back to Lucky Boss, who is next to last. And and Ride It on the Ice trails. Back up front, Lansdowne, Flint Ridge, still 1-2, still separated by a neck. Mahamel is third, 2 lengths off the front pair. Chasing Rainbows has lost several positions around the far turn and drops out toward the back. Quarter mile to go. Lansdowne, Mahamel coming on from the outside. Filippo looks for room down toward the inside. Flint Ridge, and then Lucky Boss, who's storming down the center of the racetrack for Ricardo Santana Jr. Lucky Boss rallies down the outside and just goes right by at the 16th pole. Lucky Boss followed by Mahamel, Flint Ridge third, Filippo fourth. Lucky Boss to win the opener at Keeneland. Mahamel was across the line in second, Flint Ridge was third, and then Filippo fourth.
Well, the favorites just did not fire, as you would expect with the class drops that they were taking, but boy, did the 2-horse Lucky Boss, shipping in from Southern California. Santana just keeping him out in the clear, avoiding that contact there with the horse shifting out, and he's picking him up and laying him down for the victory. Well done to the Diodoro team.
This was a quick early pace. We saw a couple of horses vying for that early lead, and the pace just completely collapsed in favor of the number 2 Lucky Boss. But there weren't many horses closing from off of the pace. He was that lone horse that was picking up the pieces in the late stages of the stretch, and he gets up for an easy victory. The 2 Lucky Boss at 5-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 2, Lucky Boss first. Number 6, Mahamel was second. Number 5, Flint Ridge third. Number 8, Filippo was fourth. 2-6-5-8 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's first race official, 2-6-5-8, the official results. In the winner's circle, number 2, Lucky Boss, owned by Brent Malmstrom, trained by Robertino Diodoro, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. Lucky Boss, 3-year-old gelded son of Street Boss out of Lucky Striker by Van Nistelrooy. Bred in Kentucky by DeSouza Stable LLC, the winner gets the Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 28.39 seconds. Results official. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is good today, and the rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In this second race, a reminder, scratch 3, fly home. Scratch number 3, fly home. Looking ahead to the third race, in that third event, scratch the 6, Coal Boss. Third race, scratch the 6, Coal Boss. Fourth race, a reminder, scratch the 6, A Little Wild. That's in the fourth race, scratch the 6, A Little Wild. And in race 5, take out the also eligible number 13, Freitas the Red, did not draw into the race.
Race number 2 here at Keeneland Racecourse. This is a maiden $20,000 claiming event. 6 furlongs will be the distance for 3 and up. Start of the early pick 4. We'll start the conversation here with the number 4 horse, Golden Luna. First off, the claim for Chris Hartman shows up for $20,000 here today. So just trusting the move here by Chris Hartman to bring him into this race meet near the end of it and run him for 20, which is, as I've said before here, we're at a point at Keeneland and Churchill and these various racetracks around Kentucky, Ellis, Turfway Park, where you can claim a horse and drop them in class and still be in a good spot financially because of the amount of money that is offered in these races. This is a $20,000 maiden claimer that's worth $43,000.
Yes, of course. And first off, the claim for trainer Chris Hartman, he hits at about 24-25% with his new claims. Blinkers going on this horse, and the presence of Mitchell Murrell today, Scott, I think the strategy is going to be to go to the lead.
Let's go to the number 10 horse next. That to the outside is Bucky Bitcoin, for Keith DeSormo. Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day was on the Clocker Report. A lot of things going for this one from a hype perspective. Jimmy Graham in the saddle, first time in for a tag. I think some positive reasons to like him as he gets back onto dirt.
I like the move coming back to dirt, and especially at this distance. 5 furlongs just seem to be a little bit too short for him. And also, Keith DeSormo has tried him on the dirt, on the turf, sprinting, going long. He's not going to win a maiden special weight at this time of the year if he hasn't already done it. So the big drop in class today, I think, will get it done. And the presence of James Graham, I feel like I say this all the time, but he also won a nice race yesterday. James Graham is just riding on fire right now.
Bourbon on fire is the number 5 horse, Bernardini gelding. Chris Landeros, Ian Wilkes, give him a pass. Terrible start in that race at the beginning of the meet 20 days ago. So drops in for 20 here today. Hopefully he can get away from the gate a little bit better. And obviously this is a big drop down in class for him, even though he stays in the maiden claiming ranks.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have a lot of early speed. It doesn't come to him naturally. But I hope maybe with an aggressive ride he can find himself more forwardly placed, especially at this level, at the $20,000 level. That might be the best case scenario, Scott, because he just seems one-paced. He needs to be one-paced and be forwardly placed.
Sup is the 7 for Michael Tomlinson, son of Verrazano. 2 runs, double-digit beats in both of them as he'll drop in for 20 here today.
I just thought his first race against Maiden Special Weight Company last year was pretty tough. Now, this horse obviously came back to not run very well last time out, but the drop in class could just do it. It could be enough to get him to hit the board at double-digit odds.
Race number 2 is coming up. We've talked about the schoolers that we've got down here. We've got Tyler's Tribe right now walking in front of us. The Iowa Invader getting ready for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. He looks like an old pro as he's been here for a while. So a lot of Breeders' Cup horses will be schooling in these final 2 days. So make your way down here to the paddock, and we'll do our best to point them out to you. He's got the 4 red polo bandages on his legs and no saddle on right now if you're down here taking a look at him. Again, that's Tyler's Tribe schooling here in the paddock. This is race number 2 coming up next at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Double pick 3, early pick 4, wagering 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Maiden claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, a $20,000 claiming price. A reminder, scratch 3, fly home. Scratch number 3, fly home. Main track is fast turf good. 6 minutes to post on race 2.
Willisee is the number 1 horse who we're taking a look at right now. 5-1, now down to 9-2 on this Congrats gelding. There are a couple of horses that just stand out from a physical standpoint. You got to like the way that he's acting, too, as he's asked to speed up in his warm-up. Some energy there. Ricky Santana Jr. in the saddle for the first time for Steve Asmussen with this runner. But obviously, through the years, they've teamed up for a lot of success. 5-1, based on looks. Obviously, connections don't hurt. Might be worth the play here in race number 2. Another one from a physical standpoint that stood out, Bourbon on Fire, who's getting plenty of attention. He's the 2-1 favorite right now, son of Bernardini. He just might out-physical this group. And I would say the same about both the 1 and the 5. From just simply looking at this group, it's the 1, it's the 5, and there is a long distance to the next horse that you would talk about physically. And then the number 10 horse, Bucky Bitcoin, as we discussed this morning on Today at Keeneland, part of the Clocker Report. This one for Jimmy Graham and Keith DeSormo, last seen at Horseshoe, Indianapolis at the end of September, so exactly a month ago, actually. A couple of local workouts here at Keeneland. He is 7-2. Race number 2, start of the early pick 4. The pick 4 pool quickly approaching $100,000. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Golden Luna and Bucky Bitcoin both come out to vie for the early lead. Bucky Bitcoin outside and Golden Luna right there to the inside. Infinite Zeal comes out of a crowd into third position, but 3 lengths off the front pair. Willisey is fourth down toward the inside. Perjury fifth on the outside. There goes Bourbon on Fire moving out from between that pair, now taking over the fourth position. Further back, Silvestre is seventh, caught wide on to the far turn. Mr. Mariah eighth, break of 5 more lengths. Supe last of the 9, 22.95 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Golden Luna inside, and Bucky Bitcoin is there on the outside. Bucky Bitcoin still a half length off the lead of Golden Luna. Then a break of 5 more lengths back to Infinite Zeal, who's third. Bourbon on Fire moves by to the inside of that one. Now, Bourbon on Fire is trying to catch up to the top 2. A quarter mile to go. Has to switch lanes off the rail. Still 5 lengths from the lead. Infinite Zeal further back is in fourth. Perjury toward the rail is in sixth. And Golden Luna's the leader. Golden Luna has opened up here by 2.5, 3 lengths past the 8th pole. Then Bucky Bitcoin. Then Bourbon on Fire from the outside. Golden Luna is in front for Mitchell Merle. Right on by the 16th pole, a 7-length lead. Supe runs late from far back to third. Golden Luna, much the best here. And then further back, it was Bourbon on Fire second. Supe was up in time for third.
Golden Luna first off the claim for Chris Hartman, who does so well in these instances. And boy, does this colt respond to the system change here today, drawing off and winning this one as easy as we've seen this entire meet. And he was expected to do so as the 8-5 favorite.
This horse had natural speed to begin with, but you just got the feeling with the presence of Mitchell Merle and the blinkers on that they were just going to go from the get-go, and go did they. Opening up on the field in the end by multiple lengths. Easiest of victories in race 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 4, Golden Luna, finished first. Number 5, Bourbon on Fire, second. Number 7, Soupe, was third. And number 10, Bucky Bitcoin, was fourth. 4, 5, 7, 10 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, number 4, Golden Luna, the unofficial winner, owned by Flatland Racing Stable of James Clay Carnes, trained by Chris Hartman, Mitchell Merle, the jockey. Golden Luna, 3-year-old son of Golden Sense out of Vieja Luna by Street Hero, bred in Kentucky by Hermitage Farm. Gets the 6 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 12.07 seconds. The results are now official. 4, 5, 7, 10, the official results. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. The American Heart Association in Kentucky is a relentless force for a world of longer, healthier lives dedicated to ensuring equitable health in our communities. In the past 5 years, the AHA has funded 20 research studies totaling over $5.2 million. In addition to funding research, the American Heart Association advocates for public health and shares life-saving resources through collaboration with local organizations and volunteers. Keeneland's third race upcoming, featuring double and pick 3 wagering. Again, the main track fast. The turf listed good today. Rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Third race, scratch the 6, Cole Boss. Again, scratch the 6, Cole Boss. Looking ahead to the fourth race, scratch the 6, A Little Wild. That's in the fourth race, scratch the 6, A Little Wild. Race 5, take out number 13, Freitas the Red. The also eligible did not draw into the race.
Race number 3 at Keeneland Racecourse, 2-year-old maidens in a maiden $150,000 claiming event, doubles roll, pick threes roll, as we're taking a look at the number 3 horse, who's 3-2, Gabby. Golden Bandit, Brad Cox, bad start on debut in a maiden special weight at the beginning of the meet here at Keeneland. Takes the slight drop in class, gets off the rail, which is another plus, and looms a big opportunity for Brad Cox in this trainer's race here at Keeneland.
We showed the backtrack, the replay to this horse's first race on today at Keeneland, and if you tuned in, you would see that this horse really stumbled coming out of the starting gate. I thought it was significant. His nose pretty much touched the ground, and then he took a couple of stutter steps out of that stumble and went towards the rail. He also drew the rail post position, and so when you get off to a poor start like that, it's just so hard to overcome. What wound up happening, Scott, was he made a little bit of a premature move to kind of compensate for that poor beginning, and then he flattened out. But he just ran, I think, actually pretty good, all considering the beginning. Now he drops down a little bit in class. I think he's going to be very tough to beat.
Mr. Bob is where we'll go to next. He's the second choice, 3-1. And Mr. Bob's the son of Practical Joke, a graduate of the Keeneland November sale in 2020. And he was third on debut. They actually claimed him, these connections. John Grassi's Racing, Beast Mode Racing, Robert Falcone Jr. claimed him for $75,000 on debut, and he was about 8-1. And you've talked about this, and I think anytime we see this, it's always interesting when you see a horse claimed off of a debut race, especially, well, really at any level. It doesn't matter the price, but $75,000. So they must have liked the way that this colt was training coming into that debut to justify that kind of investment.
Yeah, I always think it's interesting whether or not the connections or the trainer is out in the morning and he sees a horse that kind of stands out, or maybe that isn't necessarily the case, and maybe there are other reasons to claim a horse first time out. But they picked this one up for $75,000, and to me it seems like they liked what they got as they step him up to the $150 today.
Let's go to the 2-horse Wesley Ward, first-time starter, One Giant Leap, being saddled away from the all-weather stalls here. A debuting son of Will Take Charge, Three Chimneys Farm, represented with this homebred. And as we've said before, Wesley Ward with these debut maiden claimers, horses debuting in a maiden claimer, strikes at a 35% rate.
Homebred for Three Chimneys, and yes, whenever Wesley Ward debuts a horse at a maiden claiming level, whether it be a high maiden claiming level or a lower level maiden claiming level, just look out. And the barn had an outstanding day yesterday. I think, he could be on tap for another solid day as well, and this horse looks fit for his debut.
And then Boudin is where we'll go to next here for Dale Romans, the number 5 horse for himself. He owns this son of Brody's Cause, who he trained, purchased for just $15,000 at the September sale last year. He's almost out. He's made $14,500 off of that second place finish at Churchill. But here's another one that gets off the rail out of a debut effort and at least finished in the money in that lone start. He sits at 6-1 with Joe Talamo taking the call.
Well, sometimes this is a really important angle that people look to as purchase price when they bought them at public auction and where they wind up debuting. And this is a very positive sign. They purchased him at the Keeneland September sale for $15,000, and they debuted him for $150,000. I would say that is a very, very good sign, and that Dale really likes this horse, and he ran well first time out. I think the cut back from 7 to 6.5 today will help him, and he only lost to a horse that was a Steve Asmussen dropper. He was coming out of Maiden Special Weight Company, so he lost to a decent horse in his debut, and I think that he could definitely improve in his second start today in terms of his fitness and experience.
Solid looking group of young horses. We've also, as said before, we got some key schoolers down here. Spotted Oxymore for Chad Brown, as well as his grade 1 mare in Italian down here schooling right now as they prepare for next week's Breeders' Cup. 13 minutes away from race number 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Maiden claiming race 2-year-olds with a $150,000 claiming prize. Scratch the 6 Cole Boss. Scratch the 6 Cole Boss. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. 6.5 furlongs for this third race over the fast main track. Post time at 8 minutes.
Taking a look at these horses on the front side, One Giant Leap showing good energy, much like we saw from the Diodoro runner in that debut, or excuse me, in the second race, I should say, here at Keeneland. I think a positive sign from what we're seeing with the number 2 horse, One Giant Leap. Wesley Ward, Joel Rosario, 3 wins together yesterday, and this horse is certainly feeling good as he goes off into his warm-up and wanting to pick things up a bit. So positive signs from the son of Will Take Charge. And same for Mr. Bob. He was breathing fire as he was coming through the tunnel. He had a sense, I think, of what is to come, coming with the pony through the tunnel in this kind of environment, having only raced one time in the past. Good signs from him at odds of 5-2. 6 minutes to post, race 3 here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. And they're off. Golden Bandit comes out for the lead. Mr. Bob is right there. AP Avatar up close in third. In the opening strides, Golden Bandit has the advantage between horses. Golden Bandit leads it by a half length. Mr. Bob second a length. Hill of Tara third up on the outside. AP Avatar fourth down toward the inside. One Giant Leap is in fifth, running nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Boudin is in the sixth position. Then a gap of 2.5 more lengths back to Washington's Union. Moves up 1 spot from last into the turn. And Sir is the trailer. Opening quarter went in 22.82 seconds. Golden Bandit leads. Mr. Bob is second. Less than a length separates the top two. Gap of 2 more lengths then to Hill of Tara, who's third. One Giant Leap is in the fourth spot. AP Avatar drops back. Boudin moves up 1 spot to fifth. Still 5 from the front as they swing around the far turn. Golden Bandit to the inside. Mr. Bob is alongside that one. One Giant Leap is right behind that pair. Hill of Tara there to the outside and fourth as they come off the far turn. Now taking third. Still 3 from the front. Mr. Bob has struck the lead. Mr. Bob has the lead. Hill of Tara to the outside. Golden Bandit drops back to the inside, and then One Giant Leap, who's still in fourth and now fighting for third and fighting for second, but behind Mr. Bob. Mr. Bob has the lead by 4, moving past the 16th pole. Mr. Bob by nearly 5. Mr. Bob is home for the win. The battle will be for second. Mr. Bob has this one wrapped up for Luis Saez. One Giant Leap came out of that crowd for second, from Hill of Tara third, and Golden Bandit was fourth.
That is Mr. Bob, the son of Practical Joe, Keeneland November sales graduate from 2020. He stuck with the favorites, and once he was asked to kick on, boy, did he ever.
What a move by this connection. So they claimed him for $75,000, took the time to put into this horse, comes in off the layoff since late August and wins this race, $150,000 maiden claiming event purse is $69,000. This was a really nice move, really sharp claim by the Connections, and pulls away with a win at 5-2, 8-2-9 across the board, unofficially for race 3.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 8, Mr. Bob, was first. Number 2, One Giant Leap, was second. Number 9, Hill of Tara, third. Number 3, Golden Bandit, fourth. 8-2-9-3, the unofficial results. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 8, Mr. Bob, owned by John Grossi's Racing Corporation of John Grossi, owned by Beast Mode Racing LLC of Robert Falcone, and co-owned as well by trainer Robert Falcone Jr. Luis Saez, the winning jockey. Mr. Bob, 2-year-old son of Practical Joke out of Tiz Imaginary by Tiz Way, bred in Kentucky by Clarkland Farm LLC. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 18.26 seconds. The results of race 3 official. 8-2-9-3, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, featuring double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is fast, turf listed good today. In the fourth race, scratch the 6, A Little Wild. A reminder, scratch the 6, A Little Wild. Race 5, take out the also eligible. Number 13, Freitas the Red, did not draw into the race. Take out the also eligible. Number 13, Freitas the Red, did not draw into the race. A reminder, rail is at 20 feet on the turf course. And looking ahead, no changes in race 6.
Race number 4, 50,000 claimers, 3 and up, which have not won 3 or 3-year-olds. 6 furlongs the distance. C's get degrees. The very cleverly named son of Painter out of the Indian Charlie First Dam Indian C. Couple of good races on the West Coast. We'll see if we can get a second California invading victory. Had one earlier with Robertino Diodoro, this one for Jonathan Wong. And Jonathan's brought some horses over here to Keeneland that looked live on paper, but just didn't run to expectations. So perhaps this level, this inside speed that this gelding should possess could break through, be the breakthrough for Jonathan Wong. And he's 5-2 right now on the tote board.
Well, I think it is interesting that they stepped this horse up in class, not necessarily from his last race, but the last race that he was on the dirt. That was a $32,000 claimer, Scott. And we saw with horsemen that brought horses to the West Coast from the Midwest or the South, Kentucky and wherever, they really needed to drop horses in class in order to get wins. And it's kind of the reverse here with the number 1 C's get degrees. But I agree with you. His best weapon is his speed, especially from that rail draw.
Flags up is the 4 Honor Code gelding, dropping in for 50 off of some starter tries as well as a first level allowance attempt against some good runners down at Ellis Park. Comes back to Keeneland for the second time in his career, and he's 9-2 right now on the board. This is the 4 Flags Up.
He doesn't have much early speed, but I think that there's in this race there's a little bit of suspect speed. We mentioned the 1 C's get degrees. The 3 Meet Jakey is actually pretty quick, and there's some other speed types to the outside. So Scott, I actually thought that this horse gets a class relief from his last 2 races, and he could get the right setup.
Burnin' Hunk of Love for Alstall Jr. and owner A.J. Foyt is the number 9 horse. Luis Saez will take the call, 5-2. First time that Saez will be in the saddle. This is a colt that he failed to do much in his most recent race, but he comes prior to that out of some difficult competition, and that was a difficult race to point towards as well. He was beaten by Kavad and Tejano Twist, who beat a nice group here earlier in the meet for Chris Hartman. He ran against Ganite in the Maxfield Stakes. So the drop that Burnin' Hunk and Love is taking here today has to be respected, and it is. That's why he's 5-2.
That angle again, though, we saw it actually worked in the first race with the Todd Pletcher favorite, dropping in class off of a poor race, and that's the same case with the number 9, Burnin' Hunk of Love. I know it was against tougher company, but he is dropping in class off of one of his worst races in his career, so we'll see if he can turn things around, dropping to the $50,000 level.
Mean Jakey is the 3 Steve Asmussen with a Violence colt who also drops in class. He's got good speed. He was good enough to break his maiden at Oaklawn Park back in May by 2.5 lengths. So, and followed that up with a dull performance at Churchill, bounced back at Ellis, ran okay at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So moves in for 50 here today. Looks like the right move.
I think he just met a pretty manageable field 2 starts back when he won that allowance race at Ellis. But when you go to allowance races here at Keeneland or even going back to Churchill Downs, Scott, it's not going to get any easier. So this move for me just makes sense.
Mr. Thunderstruck is the 2. Joe Talamo, 10-1. Prairie Meadows Invader for Kelly Von Hemel, the first one for Kelly. But the Von Hemel family's brought plenty of horses in here to Kentucky from Iowa through the years, has had a local workout, which was quick, 47-3. That ended up being a bullet on that afternoon. So we'll see how he fares sprinting, which is obviously what he wants to do.
And he's just in really good form. He's coming into the race off of that impressive victory last time out, but the connections being, I think they're not trying to step him up in class. They're being reasonable with this horse and making a lateral move to the $50,000 level, just trying to maintain this horse's good form.
15 minutes before race number 4, more big-time schoolers down here in the paddock. You'll catch Jackie's Warrior getting ready for his final race in the Breeders' Cup Sprint before he heads off to stud last year's Sprint champion, Goodnight, the Perryville winner, as well as Wicked Halo is down here, the Lexus Raven Run winner. So some key schoolers for the Asmussen barn down here in the paddock right now in the all-weather stalls. Just getting a look at Goodnight walking out. He's got his Breeders' Cup saddle cloth on as well as a saddle, so they leave no stone unturned when preparing their horses, as we have talked about in the past. 15 minutes away from race number 4 here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. 3-year-olds and up, $50,000 claiming prize. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 6, A Little Wild. Again, scratch the 6, A Little Wild. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time is 7 minutes.
There is Seas Get Degrees, the son of Painter. Boy, is he relaxed out there in the post braid. We'll see how he changes his attitude or body language once they get him to warm up. But he looks beautiful out there. I would say he would be the best turned out paddock pick for myself if I was to point towards one, which obviously I just did. But Seas Get Degrees, looking well out there, and there he picks it up and just doing everything that's asked of him. So looks like Ray Gutierrez, whatever he asks him to do, should be something that he's able to pull off here in race number 4. Good luck to Horseshoe Racing and trainer Jonathan Wong. And then the number 4 horse flags up. Good energy from this son of Honor Code for Jimmy Baker, Gray son of Honor Code. Tyler Gaffleone takes the call. That's obviously a big plus. 6-1 on the board right now for this 4-year-old gelding, who is going to stay at these sprint distances in his 19th career start. 5 minutes before race number 4 on this Keeneland Friday card.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race. They are at the post. And they're off. Seas Get Degrees bounds right into stride, comes out for the early lead, flags up quickly, drops out to the back of the pack. Seas Get Degrees has the lead. Burnin' Hunk of Love kicks in center of the racetrack. Runaway Harry third. Wellman moves up from fourth. An awkward move there as they head up the back stretch for Runaway Harry. Had to check, got into some traffic, lost a couple of lengths, stays on his feet, moves back up between horses into fourth. Seas Get Degrees leads at a length. Burnin' Hunk of Love is in second on the outside. Mean Jakey third. Runaway Harry moves back up into fourth position. Mr. Thunderstruck is in fifth. Wellman is sixth. Stone Vicious is seventh around the turn. Flags up is last of the eight. It was 22.92 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Seas Get Degrees leads it by 2 lengths around the turn. Burnin' Hunk of Love is second by just 1 length. Mean Jakey is third down toward the inside. Mr. Thunderstruck is in fourth. Runaway Harry is in fifth. Mean Jakey going to try to come up the rail to try to come after Seas Get Degrees. Has a lot of work to do, though. Mr. Thunderstruck is there between horses, and Burnin' Hunk of Love is still there on the outside, and they're all still chasing Seas Get Degrees. Seas Get Degrees has the lead. Mr. Thunderstruck has gone to second, still 3.5 lengths behind the leader in deep stretch, and Seas Get Degrees wins it for Ray Gutierrez. Mr. Thunderstruck was home second, close for third. Flags up or Burnin' Hunk of Love.
Seas Get Degrees popping away from the starting gate and establishing that lead, and kept on going off the turn. Came a little wide once they straightened for home, but it did not matter one iota. Seas Get Degrees making it look easy for Horseshoe Racing and Jonathan Wong.
Very easy on the front end. Jonathan Wong telling me he brought a couple of horses over for this Keeneland fall meet, hoping to have a little bit of success. I believe this might be his first victory here at Keeneland Racecourse. Congratulations to the connection. Seas Get Degrees taking him gate to wire at 2-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 1, Seas Get Degrees first. Number 2, Mr. Thunderstruck was second. Number 4, Flags Up was third. And number 9, Burnin' Hunk of Love was fourth. 1, 2, 4, 9 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, number 1, Seas Get Degrees, the unofficial winner. Owned by Brent Malmstrom, trained by Jonathan Wong. Ray Gutierrez, the jockey. Seas Get Degrees, a 4-year-old gelded son of Painter out of Indian Sea by Indian Charlie, bred in Kentucky by Horseshoe Racing, LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10.98 seconds. 2 victories today for owner Brent Malmstrom. Results are official for Keeneland's fourth race. 1-2-4-9, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6. Also started the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. The turf today is listed good, the rail at 20 feet. The main track is fast. In race 5, a reminder, take out number 13, Freitas the Red. Number 13, Freitas the Red, did not draw into the race. No changes in race 6. 7th race, the Myrtlewood scratched the 10, Alva Star. That's race 7, the Myrtlewood scratched the 10, Alva Star. Featured 8th race, the Rubicon Valley View scratched the 2, Frippet. Scratched number 3, Oakhurst. Also scratched the 5, Dolce Zell. And scratch 14, Diamond Wow. Again, that's the featured 8th race, the Rubicon Valley View. Scratch the 2, Frippet. Scratch 3, Oakhurst. Also scratch 5, Dolce Zell. And scratch 14, Diamond Wow. A reminder, number 13, Sunroof, draws into the race. Number 13, Sunroof, draws into the race. 9th race has no changes at this time. 10th and final race, scratch the 2, 4 left. Also scratch the 8, Hollis. Also scratch the 14, Rock Crest, and scratch 16, City Drifter. Again, that's the 10th and final race. Scratch the 2, 4 left. Scratch the 8, Hollis. Also scratch 14, Rock Crest, and scratch 16, City Drifter. Please note, number 13, Unified Report, draws into the race. And also, please note, number 15, Knocker Down, draws into the race. Finally, in that 10th event, jockey change on number 3, Proven Strategies, Ricardo Santana Jr. 10th race, number 3, Proven Strategies, the jockey, Ricardo Santana Jr.
race number 5, 19 minutes to post, and the 8-horse Aztec Knights is shockingly 9-1. This is a filly by Sharp Azteca, who we talked about earlier this morning. Was meant to run in the J.P. Morgan Chase. Jessamine was put on the also eligible, so did not draw in. They gave it a try on the dirt with the Sharp Azteca filly, but she did not run as well as she had in her previous turf tries. So at 9-1, willing to take a shot with this filly, who obviously they had high hopes for at the beginning of the meet, trying to get her in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine.
Yeah, she definitely looks like she should be able to handle the added distance. And Scott, when you look at her pedigree, she is a filly by Sharp Azteca, who obviously was more accomplished on the dirt. But we've seen his progeny be so versatile as of late. He's just really starting off to a very good note as a new stallion. But yeah, I think she should be just fine going the mile on the turf today.
Let's go to the 3-horse. That's Murky. 8-1 on the board for Lale Stables' Wesley Ward. 1-for-1 in her career. She won at Kentucky Downs going 6.5, which certainly should equate to a mile here at Keeneland.
That's normally what we see. Horses that win at 6.5 furlongs doesn't necessarily mean that they're better at 5.5 furlongs when they cut back here at Keeneland. It more so translates to the mile, and that's exactly what we see Wesley Ward do with this filly by Violence. But she was obviously showed a lot of speed first time out and still dug in to win by a nose that day. I think she should be fit enough to stretch out to 2 turns.
Isabel Alexandra, the 11-horse Ray Gutierrez, looking for back-to-back on the card. This is a nicely bred daughter of Expert Eye out of a first stand by the name of Dutch Art. They paid over $81,000 for her overseas in Europe last year when she was a yearling, and she immediately gave them a return on their investment with a win at Horseshoe Indianapolis going 5/8 of a mile. So we'll see how she handles this step up and trip today.
She won that race really impressively, Scott. It's not often that you see a 2-year-old first-time starter beat a field at 5 furlongs by open lengths like that, by over 3 lengths. That's significant, especially considering that she faced 11 others in that race, and she was bet on her debut. I think she has the potential to really run well at a big price at 14-1.
Let's go to the 2 filly. That is South Lawn for Bat Masterson. Pioneer the Nile filly, paid nearly $300,000 for at the September sale last year, and she broke her maiden 2 starts ago going a mile at Ellis Park. She was debuted against Wonder Wheel, that eventual graded stakes winner, and then she ran up against Fun and Feisty and some good fillies in the grade 3 Pocahontas. So into an allowance condition for the first time whilst facing winners.
She's gone against some very nice fillies in the past, and watching her run, she definitely looks like a horse that will improve on the turf. Now, if that improvement is good enough to win, we'll see, but I think she could take a step forward.
And the 5-horse is the favorite right now in the wagering. That is Heavenly Sunday for Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, a daylight winner at Horseshoe Indianapolis on debut, daughter of Candy Ride, but the speed figure doesn't match up to quite a few of these horses, the speed figures at least that I've got in front of me, to some of these other fillies and what they've done. So we'll see how she fares here. That was an impressive win at 7 furlongs, something that's not easy to do on debut or on turf, period.
Well, she did get away with very slow fractions at that distance, 24-2, 50-2 for the half, Scott. She just really went slowly on the front end and was able to draw away from the field. Today is the real test, though, from a pace standpoint and from a class standpoint.
This race will close out the first half of the card. 5 races to come after on this 10-race Friday card at Keeneland Racecourse. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Hunter Valley. An allowance for 2-year-old fillies at a mile over the turf listed good. Rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. And start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. In race 5, take out the also eligible Freitas the Red did not draw into the race. Main track is fast. Turf is good today. Post time is 7 minutes.
There are some beautiful-looking young horses here in race number 5. We'll start with Murky, the 3 in the Lale Stable Silks of Mr. and Mrs. Roy and Gretchen Jackson. 1 for 1 in her career, but now gets the opportunity to stretch out to a route of ground. It's an interesting move for a barn that wins a lot of sprint races on turf, but nonetheless, here she is, daughter of violence, out of a Blame first dam, and Blame has really this year especially turned into a impactful broodmare sire. So Murky, the 3, sitting at odds of 8 to 1. Heavenly Sunday for Brad Cox, that's the favorite. Looks gorgeous out there as well. 1 for 1, that 7-length win coming at Horseshoe Indianapolis on the turf course. Another thing to keep in mind, too, is that at that point in the season here in the Midwest, there are not a lot of opportunities, at least at this juncture in racing in Kentucky, to race on grass. So that was the opportunity that they had to take by shipping up to Horseshoe Indianapolis. No turf racing over at Churchill Downs, which has been well documented. So that's why a horse of this stature would end up at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Certainly not knocking the circuit, but just keep that in mind when looking at that number 5 horse. And then the 12 horse, she looks awesome. All About Me for Mike Stidham, a California Chrome filly who put together a strong effort at Delaware last time out. She's a big, long, leggy filly, and we'll see what Irad Ortiz Jr. is able to do from the outside draw. She's live on the board, was just 5 to 1 a second ago, just clicked up to 6 to 1. Keep an eye on the action on the number 12 horse here in race number 5. 4 minutes before the 5th at Keeneland. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, the Hunter Valley. Start of the pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Murky. Murky right out for the lead, and here comes All About Me, center of the course. Isabel Alexandra up close, and also Aztec Knights is there from in between horses heading into the first turn. All About Me, the leader, though. All About Me clears the inside traffic, gets over to the rail, leads it by a length. Murky goes second. Aztec Knights is third up on the outside. Isabel Alexandra settles fourth against the rail. Star Wisher is fifth. Heavenly Sunday saves some ground to the inside in sixth, running 6 lengths off the early lead off the first turn. CC Cruise Control is in seventh position. Katie Got Lucky is eighth to her outside. And then South Lawn back toward the rail in ninth. Around the Sun is in 10th. Wave Skipper is 11th. And Buttons last of the 12, opening quarter 23.34 seconds. Back up front, All About Me, the leader. All About Me leads it by just over a length. Murky is second. And then Aztec Knights is third. Heavenly Sunday looks for running room fourth down to the inside. Just 2 lengths off the lead. Star Wisher is next, back in fifth position. As they enter the far turn, Isabel Alexandra is down to her inside. CC Cruise Control caught wide, 47.94 seconds for the first half mile. All About Me, the leader by a length. Murky is second. Heavenly Sunday is third. Aztec Knights is fourth up on the outside. Star Wisher goes in fifth. Isabel Alexandra is in sixth down toward the inside. CC Cruise Control a wide seventh. Katie Got Lucky, then Around the Sun. Murky and All About Me as they move through the stretch. Heavenly Sunday to the inside. Star Wisher is there, and Heavenly Sunday is moving up the rail. Heavenly Sunday finds an opening and just runs right up the rail to the lead. Heavenly Sunday in front by a widening 3-length margin. Heavenly Sunday and Florent Giroux to win it. Isabel Alexandra second. Star Wisher got third, and All About Me fourth.
That was a chilly ride by Florent Giroux on Heavenly Sunday. You had to wait for room to work with down on the inside, but once he got it, even here it gets a little dicey at Philly correcting herself. But once that hole continued to remain open, it was game over. This was an easy win for a nice filly who's now 2 for 2 in her career.
It was a patient ride by Flo, though, to not panic, to just maintain that position down on the inside and hope for the best, hope that that door opened, and it sure enough opened, and she just kicking clear in the end. An easy victory at 8-5.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 5, Heavenly Sunday, was first. The 11, Isabel Alexandra, second. The 10, Star Wisher, third. Number 12, All About Me, fourth. 5, 11, 10, 12, unofficial. Result of race 5 is unofficial, and a claim of foul has been lodged by the trainer of number 11, Isabel Alexandra, against unofficial winner number 5, Heavenly Sunday, alleging interference in the stretch. Trainer's objection. Trainer of the 11, Isabel Alexandra, the unofficial runner-up, lodging a claim of foul, alleging interference on the part of the unofficial winner number 5, Heavenly Sunday, in the stretch. Hold all tickets. Objection pending. Program feed to the left and head-on view to the right on the split screen. Hold all tickets. No change. Result will stand as is, no change. 5, 11, 10, 12, the result stands. Results of race 5 official. 5, 11, 10, 12, the official results. Official winner of race 5, the Hunter Valley. In the winner's circle now, number 5, Heavenly Sunday, owned by Maya Comet Farm of William Harrigan, trained by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Heavenly Sunday, 2-year-old filly by Candy Ride out of Alien Giant by Giants Causeway, bred in Kentucky by Randall Family Trust. 1 mile over the turf listed good, 1 minute 36.88 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Hunter Valley Trophy presentation to the connections of number 5, Heavenly Sunday. Keeneland 6th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast. Turf good today. Rail at 20 feet on the turf course. No changes in race 6. Looking ahead to the 7th race, a reminder in race 7, scratch the 10 Alva Star. That's the 7th race, the Myrtlewood. Scratch the 10 Alva Star. Featured 8th race, the Rubicon Valley View. Scratch the 2 Frippet. Scratch number 3 Oakhurst. Scratch number 5 Dolcezell. And scratch 14 Diamond Wow. That's the featured 8th race, the Rubicon Valley View. Scratch number 2 Frippet. Scratch number 3 Oakhurst. Also scratch number 5 Dolcezell. And scratch number 14 Diamond Wow. A reminder, number 13 Sunroof draws into the race. Number 13 Sunroof draws into the race. 9th race has no changes. 10th and final event. Scratch the 2 4 left. Scratch number 8 Hollis. Scratch the 14 Rockcrest. And scratch the 16 City Drifter. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch the 2 4 left. Scratch the 8 Hollis. Scratch the 14 Rockcrest. And scratch the 16 City Drifter. Please note, number 13 Unified Report draws into the race. And a reminder, number 15 Knock Her Down draws into the race. Finally, jockey change on the 3 Proven Strategies, Ricardo Santana Jr. That's the 10th race, number 3 Proven Strategies, the jockey, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Race number 6 is 17 minutes to post. This race will begin the late pick 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse, and no surprise that Scarlet Stripe is the pretty clear-cut favorite here at 8-5. This is a gun runner filly that these connections gave a $500,000 for back in 2020. She's 3 now. She was debuted at the age of 3, 4th on debut, and then most recently was second behind You're So Silly, who was winner of a non-1-2 allowance race here at Keeneland on the 15th of October. So live race here at Keeneland. The form backs it up. Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffleone, good form. A lot of reasons to like Scarlet Stripe here in race number 6.
And I don't see any issue with her getting that extra half a furlong because she ran so well going 7 furlongs in her first race. Scott, you mentioned You're So Silly in the running lines last time out, but she also ran against a horse by the name of Jag Warrior in her first race. Jag Warrior coming back to win a maiden special weight and an allowance race via DQ.
And beat Olga Isabel via DQ, who we'll see running back tomorrow here on closing day. So something to keep an eye on and keep in your back pocket. Parents' Pride is the number 3 horse, 4-1 for Safi Joseph Jr., Ken and Sarah Ramsey, a McLean's Music filly who also comes out of a live race. Abacore Bay won that Kentucky Downs race, and also Abacore Bay was able to win here a few weeks back under Jimmy Graham in a sprint race off the pace. So you got to respect this form and also the fact that Irad jumps back into the saddle.
It is an interesting surface change. This filly ran so well first time out, and I just feel like maybe the connections were just so disappointed with how she ran last time out at Kentucky Downs as the beaten favorite that maybe they think that ultimately she just needs that surface change. But she has a beautiful pedigree for the turf. McLean's Music out of a Kitten's Joy mare. So I'm kind of on the fence here, Scott, whether or not she'll improve or regress a little bit now coming to the main track for the first time.
We know that the 4-horse Sunny River can handle the main track. She's the daughter of Arrogate out of a Tap at First Dam. But the cutback is interesting. I mean, she was debuted going 6.5. You would obviously think Arrogate and Tappet would bring you a route horse, and she's run some good route races. But here at the end of the meet, coming back for a second time, quick turnaround. It's an interesting move, and there's plenty of dirt racing to come on down the line for the likes of a filly like this.
I just thought she was supposed to win last time out, Scott, and that's ultimately why I took a little bit of a shot against her. I get it, the cutback in distance, but she's been kind of unlucky in all of her 5 career starts. She should already be a maiden special weight winner, and unfortunately she was DQ'd. She suffered a couple of really close losses, close defeats, I should say. I think you have to ask yourself what's a fair price, but she has been burning money as of late.
Well, she's getting plenty of it. She and Scarlet Stripe, the two, are the ones going back and forth for the favorites role here in the win pools. 14 minutes to post. Race number 6, start of the late pick 5.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race, the Blandford Stud. Maiden special weight, fillies and mares age 3 and up, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Doubled in pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. No changes in race 6. Main track is fast, turf is good, post time in 7 minutes.
There's a look at the Ken and Sarah Ramsey runner Parents Pride. McLean's Music filly, Kitten's Joy First Dam. Obviously McLean's Music gets plenty of dirt winners and runners, and this filly looks like she's got her mind focused on what's in front of her as she's got her ears pricked with Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle.
Yeah, she just looks like one of those prototypical sprinters, really rounded out in the hindquarters, really strong muscle in her hindquarters and in her shoulder. And you can see by her energy and her mannerisms on the track, she is ready to roll. The biggest question is, can she transition to the main track from the turf? And physically, it doesn't look like she should have any bit of a problem, Scott. She doesn't look like she would be restricted to a turf surface.
Let's go to the 5-horse first-time starter, Chestnut, daughter of Liam's Map. And Billy Morey sending this filly out here today for her debut. Good family, 5 starters, 5 winners from the First Dam. First Dam was a stakes winner. She's produced a stakes winner. So, again, nice family, pretty filly, especially with the son at her back. So, at odds of 19-1. We'll see where she's at here today, making her debut.
And she has a lot of bounce to her stride here on the track. And if you don't believe in the favorite, then try to take a shot with a long shot. This may be one of them at 18-1.
Pick 5 poll quickly approaching $300,000 here at Keeneland. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Blandford Stud, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Scarlet Stripe. Scarlet Stripe right out for the lead. Sunny River, 2020 Hoax is there. 2020 Hoax moves up into second. Past Sunny River. Parents Pride kicks in down toward the rail. Now moves up from fourth into second, but Scarlet Stripe is the leader. On top, a length and a half. Here comes Parents Pride, though. Switches off the rail, moves up just off the leader's flank in second by 2. Sunny River third by just a neck. 2020 Hoax is in fourth. Fiddle, far outside, is in fifth. Ravella back toward the rail is sixth, running nearly 8 lengths off the lead. Sees the market next to last, and Super Cool Storm is last. 22.4 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Scarlet Stripe is the leader and leads at 3/4 of a length. Parents Pride is second by 2. Sunny River back toward the inside is third by 2 lengths. And then Fiddle, who is fourth to the inside. 2020 Hoax alongside that one fifth. Top of the lane. Parents Pride again comes after Scarlet Stripe, and Sunny River is still third. Back toward the inside, still 3 lengths from the front pair. At the 8th pole, Scarlet Stripe nursing a narrow lead. Parents Pride comes at her one more time on the outside. Final furlong, Scarlet Stripe has the lead out to 2.5 lengths to Parents Pride, then Sunny River in third. Past the 16th pole, Scarlet Stripe to win it for Tyler Gaffalione. Scarlet Stripe, home on top. Parents Pride was across the line in the second position, Sunny River third, and 2020 Hoax was fourth.
When you come out of live races, it oftentimes equates to big runs, and that is what happens here with Scarlet Stripe. She was quick away from the gate, kept on going on the front end. Parents Pride did all she possibly could to come to her, but she could really never get closer than 2 lengths in the end. 2-1, not a bad price as the second choice on Scarlet Stripe.
It almost was if Parents Pride tried to make a little bit of a late bid, and Scarlet Stripe felt that presence and got a second win, dug back in to increase the margin of victory here in the end. She gets the win at 2-1 for trainer Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffalione in the irons.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 2, Scarlet Stripe, was first. Number 3, Parents' Pride, second. Number 4, Sunny River, third. Number 7, 2020 Hoax, was fourth. 2, 3, 4, 7, unofficial. Results official for Keeneland's 6th race. In the winner's circle for the Blandford Stud, official winner number 2, Scarlet Stripe, owned by the Fortune Farm LLC of Richard Nicolai, owned by Robert G. Hahn, by Harlow Stables LLC of Eric Johnson, and by It's All About the Girls Stable of Anna Seitz, trained by Brendan Walsh. Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Scarlet Stripe, a 3-year-old filly by Gun Runner out of Divine Dawn by Divine Park, bred in Kentucky by International Equities Holding Incorporated. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 18.02 seconds. Results official, 2-3-4-7, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Blandford Stud Trophy presentation to the connections of number 2, Scarlet Stripe. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast. Turf listed good, rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Race 7, the Myrtlewood Stakes, scratch the 10, Alva Star. Scratch number 10, Alva Star. Featured 8th race, the Rubicon Valley View, scratch the 2, Frippet. Scratch the 3, Oakhurst. Also scratch 5, Dolce Zell. And scratch 14, Diamond Wow. That's the featured 8th race, the Rubicon Valley View. Scratch number 2, Frippet. Scratch 3, Oakhurst. Also scratch the 5, Dolce Zell. And scratch 14, Diamond Wow. A reminder, number 13, Sunroof, draws into the race. 13, Sunroof, draws into the race. 9th race has no changes. 10th and final event, scratch the 2, 4 left. Scratch the 8, Hollis. Also scratch 14, Rockcrest. And scratch 16, City Drifter. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch the 2, 4 left. Scratch the 8, Hollis. Scratch the 14, Rockcrest. And scratch the 16, City Drifter. A reminder, number 13, Unified Report, draws into the race. Likewise, number 15, Knocker Down, draws into the race. And a reminder, jockey change in that 10th event for number 3, Proven Strategies, Ricardo Santana Jr. 10th race, number 3, Proven Strategies, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr.
First of two Friday Stakes races ahead of us. This seventh race, 18 minutes to post. It's the Myrtlewood Stakes. 2-year-old fillies will be asked to sprint 6 furlongs. This race does begin the late pick 4 here on this penultimate day of racing for the Keeneland Fall Meeting. And no surprises that Key of Life, the number 6, is opening up at odds of 3-5. Fleury Racing, Hoffman Family Stable, Motown filly, who has been the favorite and odds-on favorite in all 3 of her starts. She didn't break well on debut, gave her a pass that day, and boy did she figure it out in a hurry. She broke her maiden in August at Churchill and then followed that up with a performance on opening weekend here at Keeneland that was dazzling. She won by 6 1/4 lengths, drawing away from that group. She looks to be the real deal, the daughter of Motown.
Yeah, when you go back and watch her allowance victory last time out right here at Keeneland on opening weekend, it was almost as if Florent Giroux just kind of shook the reins at her and she just took a deep breath and just completely got a second wind and started to open up away from the field that day. Just visually very, very impressive, and an impressive final time too, which gave her fastest buyer speed figure of 86. And with that, Scott, she has the fastest last race buyer. To me, it's kind of one of those deals too where it's onwards and upwards. She just continues to improve with each and every start.
And I love the fact that they're not rushing things or haven't rushed things by jumping into route races. Instead, take what's in front of you, get some black type, potentially a black type victory here in this Myrtlewood Stakes. So you've got to love the management of this Motown filly. Let's go on to the number 1 horse, Lady Radler. She's a huge price right now, 40-1. Second longest shot in this field, actually third, excuse me. Cantheros filly, she's picked off back-to-back victories in her last 2. She does not mind being drawn to the inside. She's done it in 2 of her 3 starts and run well. So if you're looking for a big price horse that potentially could be part of the pace, 39-1, Lady Radler, I'll take my shot with the Michael Campbell trainee.
Her last 2 wins have come at Colonial Downs, but Scott, she didn't run a bad race first time out at Churchill Downs. Her speed is her best weapon, and sometimes with really fast fillies like this, I don't mind the rail post position because sometimes they can open up on the field and just kind of discourage the other speed types in a race like this. So Lady Radler, I think definitely worth a second look at 39-1.
Somebody's Problem, also a stakes winner, daughter of the champion, Run Happy. Kind of the same scenario with all 3 of these fillies that we've touched on. Debut, get that race under the belt, and then figure things out. She broke her maiden at Ellis in a final time of 1:10-3 in August, and then they wheeled her back in less than 3 weeks, took her to Prairie Meadows for the Prairie Meadows debutante, and she won that one very convincingly in a quick time as well by 4 1/4 lengths. And Gaff Leon's in the saddle. It's just, where does she end up in this race early on? Because there's a lot of quick fillies down to her inside.
Yeah, and I don't think that is much of a problem for her either. She does have that outside post position, but she should be able to press the early pace and go on from it. I just like the progression that we've seen from her.
Well, there's a lot to like in her progression. And then finally, excuse us, the 2-horse Satin Doll for the Delmar Group. Trainer Doug O'Neill looking to improve upon that run in the Sorrento. We'll get it together on the front side 14 minutes before race number 7.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 3rd running of the Myrtlewood Stakes. 2-year-old filly, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 10, Alva Star. Number 10, Alva Star scratched. Double, pick 3, and start of the late pick 4. Post time is 6 minutes. Let's meet the starters for the Myrtlewood. Number 1 is Lady Radler, owned by Melon Patch Incorporated of George Mellon, trained by Michael Campbell. Julian Leperoux, the jockey. 2, Satin Doll, owned by the Delmar Group of Mick Cronin, trained by Doug O'Neill. Joel Rosario to ride. 3, Baby Got Backspin, owned by Bregman Family Racing LLC of Alex Bregman, trained by Rusty Arnold. Irad Ortiz Jr. is up. 4, 2-Minute Drill, owned by the NBS stable of John Ballantyne, trained by Jason Barkley, Francisco Arrieta to ride. 5, Willow Bend, owned by Donna Meyer Farm of Myra Ball, trained by Ben Colebrook, the jockey Martin Garcia. 6, Key of Life, owned by Fleury Racing Stables LLC of Staten Fleury, owned also by Hoffman Family Racing LLC of Gregory Hoffman, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux. 7, Take Charge Brianna, owned by Willis Horton Racing LLC of Kevin Horton, trained by D. Wayne Lucas, the jockey Luis Saez. 8, Flamant, owned by Dean Karras, trained by Elias Lopez, Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. 9, Time for Champagne, owned by Pat Madden, LLC of Pat Madden, trained by Rusty Arnold, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 10 is scratched. 11, Somebody's Problem, owned by Hooley Racing Stable, LLC of Andrew Hudson, trained by Greg Foley, the jockey Tyler Gaffleone. Post time for the Myrtlewood, less than 5 minutes.
Baby Got Backspin is the 3, 8-1 as we watch these fillies warm up for the Myrtlewood Stakes. She has yet to break her maiden, but she's been second in all 3 of her starts, so they're going to take this opportunity here to run this maiden filly against these kinds of stakes-type fillies, and this is certainly got to be viewed as a very aggressive move by Rusty Arnold, who tends to be more on the conservative side.
Exactly, and she picks up the likes of Irad Ortiz Jr., so not a bad jockey change here to get, and she also seems like a filly that likes to be forwardly placed. She gets an aggressive rider in Irad Ortiz Jr., but more importantly, Scott, she is posted. She has a better post today. She's been outside, and sometimes that can be really problematic in sprint races for quick fillies. They find themselves chasing other speed types, but today she has the advantage of being posted towards the inside, finally, for the first time since her debut.
Owned by Alex Bregman, Bregman Family Stable. Alex Bregman, of course, getting ready for the World Series, which will be kicking off here very shortly with the Houston Astros. So we wish them the best, and perhaps watching this down in the clubhouse as they get ready for the Fall Classic. And then let's go to the number 7 horse. That's Take Charge Brianna for Willis Horton Racing, the late Willis Horton. Take Charge Teresa's the first dam. Nice pedigree, daughter of Curlin. Comes out of the Alcibiades, big cutback in distance. She'll probably be trying to come from well off the pace.
Well, look who she ran against in just her second start. She was third against Chocolate Gelato. Chocolate Gelato, of course, for trainer Todd Pletcher, is headed towards the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. So she has faced some very nice horses in the past. I don't know what happened to her last time out. She didn't pick up her feet whatsoever. I think she has more than what she showed last time out, and I like the turn back in distance.
First of 2 stakes races today. Myrtlewood Stakes, 2-year-old filly, 6 furlongs the distance. And there is the favorite, Key of Life. 1-2 right now. Looking to go 3 for her last 3. Good luck. 2 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 3rd running of the Myrtlewood Stakes, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. They're off in the Myrtlewood Stakes. There goes Key of Life out for the lead. Somebody's Problem comes out with her to contest the early pace. Key of Life has the advantage, though, by a half length. Somebody's Problem goes second, break of 2 lengths. Lady Radler, third down toward the inside. Flamon backs away into the 4th position between horses. 2-minute Drill is in 5th toward the far outside. Satin Doll, 6th toward the rail, running 6 lengths off the lead. Baby Got Backspin is in 7th. A break of 5 more lengths to Willow Bend in 8th, and nearly 5 more back of that one. Take Charge Brianna and Time for Champagne side by side at the back. 22.34 seconds for the opening quarter. Key of Life leads it. Somebody's Problem a length away in 2nd. Gap of 5 lengths back to Lady Radler in 3rd. 2-minute Drill is 4th. Baby Got Backspin 5th is 8 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. Somebody's Problem trying to come after Key of Life, who still has the lead, though. And Key of Life leads it by a length and a half. Now by 2, 2.5, 3 lengths good. At the 8th pole, Lady Radler down toward the inside tries to move up and challenge for 2nd. Baby Got Backspin runs from the outside along with Satin Doll, but well behind Key of Life. And Key of Life has the Myrtlewood Stakes wrapped up for jockey Florent Giroux. Key of Life, impressive here this afternoon in victory. Lady Radler 2nd, close for 3rd. 1 minute, 11.09 seconds.
She just continues to make it look as easy as a horse can make it. Key of Life not even having to go as fast as she did in that most recent start when she won on opening weekend here at Keeneland. She turns away these foes with absolute ease. Kudos to the number 1 horse, Lady Radler, for hanging in down on the inside at odds of 30-1 to complete the exacta. And as Kurt mentioned, very tight on the line for the 3rd money.
Yeah, but credit to her. There were other fillies in here that did possess a lot of early speed, and she just has so much natural speed. She puts that other speed to shame. She broke sharply, going to the front end, and Florent Geroux just wrapping up as he crosses the finish line. She gets the job done here at 3-5, Key of Life, with 3 consecutive victories on form.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 6, Key of Life, was first. Number 1, Lady Radler, second. Number 3, Baby Got Backspin, was third. Number 7, Take Charge Brianna, fourth. 6-1-3-7 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's 7th race, third running of the Myrtlewood Stakes in the winner's circle, number 6, Key of Life, owned by Fleury Racing Stables, LLC of State and Fleury, owned by Hoffman Family Racing, LLC of Gregory Hoffman. Brad Cox and Florent Geroux, the trainer and jockey, respectively, they team up for their second win on the card. Key of Life, a 2-year-old filly by Motown out of Long Ride to Wisdom by Harlan's Holiday, bred in Kentucky by Morrow Bloodstock International Incorporated. Results are now official. 6-1-3-7, the official results for Keeneland's 7th race, 1 minute 11.09 seconds for the 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Now the trophy presentation for the Myrtlewood. Lexington Mayor Linda Gorton presents to the connections of number 6, Key of Life.
Well, Key of Life continues to make it look easy. Now a stakes winner after the Myrtlewood Stakes for Brad Cox, her pilot Florent Geroux. You took it to him a little bit more early on. Was that the plan?
Well, she broke super sharp today, and I thought since, she got a little bit of a head start, I'm saying, why not, taking advantage of it. And from there, she said some very nice fraction, honest, and I was able to slow down a little bit the second quarter, which was very nice, relaxed for me. And I just love the way she finishes her races, looked like she was waiting for my call all the time. And as soon as I shake my hands, a little bit and ask her for more, she always give me another gear.
Well done, Flo.
Thank you.
Brad, she's been brilliant. I mean, there's no other way of putting it. The expectations were high going into her first start. How have you seen her develop over the course of this 3-race win streak?
She's really put it all together over the last month or so. Her win at Churchill, she ran big, but she come back here, I thought, really showed what she was here opening weekend. And, she took her back to Churchill. She was training well. Thought this race come up with a big field. Thought, give it a shot. We liked the way she drew. She broke well. Very happy with her performance today.
Sprinting is routing in her future as she gets ready to turn 3, or would you be reserved to just stick to what has worked for her?
If we were to stretch her out, I would gradually do it. I'm not certain she'll go long, but, based off pedigree, says she wants more ground, but she's very well built and she's fast. So, listen, we don't want to take her speed away from her, try to do something she's not comfortable doing. We'll let her tell us over time. She could stretch maybe as she gets older, but right now I'm pretty content with the way she's performing.
I would say that's the absolute truth. And they were brilliant yet again. 2 wins on the meet for this Philly Key of Life, and now a stakes winner taking the Myrtlewood Stakes.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 8th and featured race upcoming, 32nd running of the Rubicon Valley View, Grade 3. Turf is listed good this afternoon, and the rail is at 20 feet on the turf course. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. A reminder, in this featured 8th race, scratch the 2, Frippet. Also scratch number 3, Oakhurst. Scratch the 5, Dolce Zell. And scratch the 14, Diamond Wow. Again, in this featured 8th race, scratch the 2, Frippet. Scratch 3, Oakhurst. Also scratch the 5, Dolce Zell, and scratch the 14, Diamond Wow. A reminder, number 13, Sunroof, draws into the race. 9th race has no changes. 10th and final event, scratch the 2, 4 left. Scratch the 8, Hollis. Also scratch the 14, Rockcrest, and scratch the 16, City Drifter. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch the 2, 4 left. Scratch the 8, Hollis. Also scratch 14, Rockcrest, and scratch 16, City Drifter. A reminder, number 13, Unified Report, draws into the race, and number 15, Knock Her Down, draws into the race. Finally, in that 10th event, a reminder, the jockey for number 3, Proven Strategies, Ricardo Santana Jr. 10th race, number 3, Proven Strategies, the jockey, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Featured event today, Grade 3 Rubicon Valley View Stakes. 3-year-old fillies competing for a $300,000 purse. 1 mile and a 16th on the turf course. Turf still listed as good coming into this Friday. And right now we're looking at the number 1 horse, or the 6 horse, excuse me. We start with the 6. That is Majestic Glory for Doreen Tabor. And trainer Todd Pletcher comes out of a good race. Second start here in the United States. She was 4th in a race that featured Gina Romantica. And so this Frankel filly, there's high hopes for her here this afternoon, and she's co-favored at 5-2.
You mentioned, Scott, we were talking about this on the Today at Keeneland show earlier. With the 5 Dolce Zell out, it would either be Majestic Glory, the 6, or the 1 California Angel as the favorite. And right now, they're the same price at 5-2. But with Majestic Glory, Todd Pletcher saying in an interview earlier today, too, that she was just a little bit tardy coming out of the gate. And that's sometimes what happens with horses making their North American debut. To me, she also looks like a horse that wants more distance, just the way that she ran. But she finished up with very good energy down on the inside in a very tight space between the rail and another horse. I thought it was a very promising stateside debut.
Yeah, and the competition that she kept over in the UK before coming over here, running against Bashkarova, Inspiro, Hello You. Those are some of the top 3-year-old fillies and older ones as well. So those are legit races to be finishing 8th, 9th, etc. in versus the competition she'll be facing here today in her second U.S. start. So we go from Majestic Glory over to the number 1 horse. There's California Angel. Her opportunity, and even George Leonard III mentioned this going into the QE2 Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana, that there wasn't going to be much pace in there, and there wasn't, but it still was fairly quick. But she still ran a solid 4th, beaten 2 lengths. We know that she likes it here. She's going to be looking to close. She and Bejarano get along very well. She upset the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine going back to last October here at Keeneland. You've got to respect her consistency, and this is an easier spot than what she was running against versus Gina Romantica and McCulloch and Bella Bell in the Grade 1 QE2.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. And it was also the tale of 2 very different trips. Gina Romantica was down on the rail on the inside, and she had the perfect trip, whereas California Angel, she had a swing very wide, Scott, and I did think that cost her maybe a placing.
Let's go to the 9-horse Sparkle Blue. She could take advantage of the scratches that took some of the speed out of this race, some of the starch out of this race early on. Sparkle Blue likes to sit forward. We see her come out of the Virginia Oaks. And remember back to the opening week here at Keeneland, a filly by the name of Candy Light, who was 3rd behind this filly in the Virginia Oaks, came out of that race and put together a very impressive performance. So we've talked about live races this afternoon. We will each and every race day. That's part of the job of handicapping these races, identifying those types of races, and she certainly comes out of one, and it's nice to see that Joel Rosario is signed on to ride for Graham Motion.
She's really being bet right now at 4-1. She was 12-1 on the morning line, so attracting a lot of attention from the betting public, and I think it's partly because of the lack of speed. As you mentioned, Scott, people are looking at this race. There's no clear-cut speed anymore, and maybe she can take advantage of that opportunity, not to mention Graham Motion is just having an outstanding meet with 4 victories thus far.
And then Turner Loose, Florent Giroux, Brad Cox looking to sweep the stakes here this afternoon. This is a filly that's been a bit enigmatic. I mean, she started off her career, she was ahead of the curve clearly, won her first 2 starts, stakes winner at Kentucky Downs, finished 3rd, beaten the neck by California Angel in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine, and then it took a surface switch to the Rachel Alexandra for her to win that day. The favorite didn't run well, in fact, was eased in that race. So, after that, they sort of regrouped with her. They still went down the path of the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks. I just wonder if she has the same sparkle this year at the age of 3 that she did last year as far as that early speed is concerned.
She might not, and that is a very fair point, but I'm happy to see Florent Giroux back aboard her today because he actually started her career off. He was aboard her for that maiden score, for the juvenile filly score, for the 3rd place in the Grade 2 Jessamine. So he was aboard for even the Rachel Alexandra on the dirt at the fairgrounds. I think he understands this filly and understands that she needs to be forwardly placed. And in a paceless race, I do think that if she gets things going her way on the front end, she could pull something off at a big price.
So our feature, Grade 3 Rubicon Valley View Stakes, 3-year-old fillies, 1 mile, 1/16 on the turf course.
Right now, favoritism between California Angel, the 1, and the 6, Majestic Glory. We'll give you front side opinions once these fillies make their way over for their warm-up. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 32nd running of the Rubicon Valley View Grade 3. A stakes for 3-year-old fillies at 1 mile and a 16th over the turf, which is listed good. Rail at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3. Scratch the 2 Frippet. Also scratch the 3 Oakhurst. Scratch the 5 Dolce Zell. And scratch 14 Diamond Wow. A reminder, number 13, Sunroof, draws into the race. Post time in less than 5 minutes. Now the post parade for the Grade 3 Rubicon Valley View. Number 1, California Angel, owned by Chris Walsh. Trained by George Leonard. Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. 2 and 3 both scratched. Number 4 is My Philly Twirl, owned by John Gallegos. Trained by Brendan Walsh. Tyler Gaffalione is up. 5 is scratched. 6, Majestic Glory, owned by Doreen Tabor. Trained by Todd Pletcher. Jockey Luis Saez. 7, Lady Pucci, owned by Lugamo Racing Stable LLC of Luis Gavignano, trained by Kenny McPeak, jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 8, Bubble Rock, owned by Shortleaf Stable Incorporated of John Ed Anthony, trained by Brad Cox, Ricardo Santana Jr. to ride. Number 9, Sparkle Blue, owned by Catherine Park and Augustin Stable of George Strawbridge Jr., trained by Graham Motion, jockey Joel Rosario. 10, Heavenly Hellos, owned by Victory Racing Stable LLC of Marcus Barber, trained by Ray Hernandez, Albin Jimenez, the jockey. 11, Turner Loose, owned by Dawn and Ike Thrash, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux. Number 12, Bicameral, owned by Calvin Wynn and Joey Tran, trained by George Papapadromo, the jockey Ray Gutierrez. And number 13 draws into the race, Sunroof, owned by BHMFR LLC of Anita Nesser, trained by Carlos Santamaria, the jockey Julien Leperoux. Post time in less than 3 minutes.
We're looking at these fillies getting ready for the Rubicon Valley View. My Philly Twirl, hard-spun filly for Brendan Walsh. She's coming off of a win at Presque Isle. She gets Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle, always a plus here at Keeneland Racecourse. And this is a filly that knows how to win. She's won 4 of 6 in her career, and she looks as fit as a horse can.
I honestly don't know why she is such a big price, and she was 20-1 on the morning line. She makes a lot of sense here. I think people are looking at that most recent race at Presque Isle and thinking, oh, it really wasn't that fast, and maybe the figure didn't come up that fast as well. But she's capable of better. When you look at the races earlier this year, Scott, she was very impressive. She reeled off 3 impressive victories, including a win in the Sanibel Island, a nice stakes race down in South Florida. Yeah, her effort in the Grade 2 Edgewood was disappointing, but she clearly bounced back last time out, and she's coming back to her preferred surface today.
Let's go to the 12 horse for George Papapadromo. He had quite a summer at Del Mar, did George Papapadromo. So you've got to respect this decision to bring this filly here to the Midwest. Constitution filly, she's only raced on the grass 1 time. That was at Del Mar at the end of the meet, and she won that day at 12-1. Gets Ray Gutierrez. This is interesting. She's been training at San Luis Rey in Southern California, had a workout just 6 days back. To take this effort and bring it here to make the effort and the investment, she has to be doing good. These connections would not mess around.
Yeah, she might be a sneaky horse right now on the board at 13-1. And you mentioned her turf debut was a winning one, but it was also significantly faster. She improved so much in that turf debut last time out. Now, it was a very firm turf course last time at Del Mar, but I still think she gets pretty firm conditions this afternoon to hopefully maintain that form.
This is a good one coming up. The feature, it is post time as these fillies will make the way over to the turf course for the Rubicon Valley View.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's featured 8th race, 32nd running of the Rubicon Valley View, Grade 3. They are at the post. And they're off in the Rubicon Valley View. There goes Bubble Rock from between horses. Bubble Rock to the front of the opening strides, and My Filly Twirl is there to the inside. And then Turner Loose, forwardly placed as they head for the first turn and third, just outside of Sparkle Blue, who's quick to work over down toward the rail in the fourth position. Back up front, though, the lead battle continues here early on. Bubble Rock will start to move by now, clear with the lead. Bubble Rock gets over to the rail, leads My Philly Twirl, who travels in the second position by a length and a half. Sparkle Blue is third, a half length. Turner Loose, fourth up on the outside. Majestic Glory, fifth back toward the inside by Cambrel. Alongside her in sixth. Heavenly Hellos is seventh. Lady Poochie is in eighth. California Angel is in ninth. Sunroof last of the 10. Opening quarter went in 23.02 seconds. Back up front, Bubble Rock is the leader. Bubble Rock leads it by just one length. My Philly Twirl goes second by 2 lengths. Sparkle Blue is against the rail and third by a length. Turner Loose, fourth on the outside by 3/4 of a length. Majestic Glory, fifth toward the inside, nearly 5 lengths from the lead. Heavenly Hellos comes next by Cambrel, Lady Poochie, California Angel, who's toward the rail 8 lengths from the front. Sunroof trails 47.77 seconds for the first half mile. Bubble Rock leads midway on the far turn. The margin 3/4 of a length. My Philly Twirl is next. Sparkle Blue hugs the rail in third, 2 lengths off the lead. Turner Loose is in fourth, 5 lengths to make up. Majestic Glory has 6 to make up. Then by Cambrel, who's in seventh. Bubble Rock, My Philly Twirl, Turner Loose, Majestic Glory from the outside. Sparkle Blue down toward the inside. Bubble Rock has the lead. Here comes Sparkle Blue, bursting through an opening to grab the lead. Joel Rosario, Sparkle Blue to win the Rubicon Valley View. California Angel rallied late to grab second in 1 minute 42.42 seconds.
Joel's feeling it right now here at Keeneland as we move into the championship weekend next week here over the same courses. Sparkle Blue, Graham Motion, hard spun filly, able to burst onto the scene once she gets off the rail, gets that clear sailing, gets comfortable, and wins the Rubicon Valley View.
This has been a potent duo so far during the Keeneland Fall Meet, and this was just a brilliant ride. Scott, Joel Rosario saving ground throughout, just having a target, sitting behind that target. That's how turf horses like to be ridden. Covered up with a target, angle out, and then they have that acceleration, that turn of foot to get you to the finish line, and she gets the job done at 9-2. The 9 Sparkle Blue continues a great meet for trainer Graham Motion.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 8th race. Number 9, Sparkle Blue first. Number 1, California Angel second. Number 11, Turner Loose third. Number 8, Bubble Rock fourth. 9-1, 11-8 unofficial. Results official for Keeneland's featured 8th race. 9-1, 11-8, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's featured 8th race, 32nd running of the Grade 3 at Rubicon Valley View, number 9, Sparkle Blue, a homebred filly for Catherine Park, which she owns now in partnership with Augustin Stable of George Strawbridge Jr., Graham Motion, the trainer, and Joel Rosario, the winning jockey. Sparkle Blue, a 3-year-old filly by Hard Spun, out of Silk and Sapphire by Smart Strike, bred in Kentucky by co-owner Catherine Park, in 1 minute 42.42 seconds today for that mile and a 16th over the turf listed good. Results are official. Trophy presentation upcoming. Keeneland trustee Everett Dobson offering his congratulations to the winning connections, and Mr. and Mrs. Everett Dobson present the Rubicon Valley View Trophy to the connections of number 9, Sparkle Blue.
Sparkle Blue dazzles in the Rubicon Valley View with this man aboard, Joel Rosario. What was the approach coming into this race, Joel?
Yeah, I mean, Graham told me just, let her be happy, let her be comfortable, and look like, they should show a little bit of speed going forward in the first turn, and she was really happy in there, and yeah, she did great. I mean, we got a good trip.
Why was it key late in the lane to get her off the rail and get her into the clear? Why do you think that made her kick on the way that she did?
Yeah, I mean, it looked like, inside there, and then the horse in front looked like he was just coming in a little bit, just trying to, it looked like when she wanted to be, upside horse at that point, and he just, trying to work it out to see if I can get the clear outside, and we did. So then after that, she just went on, and that was perfect.
She made it look easy. Well done, Joel.
Thank you so much.
Joel Rosario for the Grand Motion team, Sparkle Blue in the Rubicon Valley View.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 9th race upcoming to start the last of the day's rolling doubles. The main track is listed fast. Race 9 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in this 9th event. Looking ahead to the 10th race, a reminder in race 10, scratch the 2, 4 left. Also scratch the 8, Hollis. Scratch the 14, Rock Crest, and scratch the 16, City Drifter. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch the 2, 4 left. Scratch the 8, Hollis. Scratch the 14, Rock Crest, and scratch the 16, City Drifter. A reminder, the 13, Unified Report, draws into the race. Likewise, the 15, Knocker Down, draws into the race. Jockey change on the 3, Proven Strategies. That'll be Ricardo Santana Jr. That's the 10th and final race. Number 3, Proven Strategies, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr.
Race number 9, the late double, starts here in this 9th race. 10th race will round out this Friday card. We're taking a peek at Powder River, 3-1. Norm Cassie having a very productive meet here with the runners at Keeneland Racecourse, and I think that it's just about her time to win at this second level allowance condition. To me, her form, her consistency, and the group that she's found, it is go time for this daughter of Mine Chef. No pressure, Norm.
I love this mare, I should say, first and foremost. She is just so honest every time. Yes, she only has 2 victories out of 18 starts, but she has earned over $250,000 in Slipstream Thoroughbreds. They picked her out themselves at the sale, and this has just been an absolute joy for the connections here. And look who she's run second to. The last time out, she, the winner of the race, Leda Vida, Ignacio Correas, unleashed a monster that day. She just drew off away from the field to win by 3. Assembled Juiced before, and Juju's Map. I mean, she has really faced some bears before in the past. And the good thing about this race too, Scott, I think she might be able to find herself on the lead. Yeah. There's only one other speed in here, and that's a horse coming from synthetic, which doesn't always translate.
Well, one of the things that I always look at once we see live odds is where are we at? Where is the line that they have to be better than, and who's getting played? And in an instance, and this is certainly not sitting here knocking the 6 because I've got her as my second choice, but she's second choice, coach second choice at 3-1, the 6 Moon Swag. She hasn't raced in a year. That just tells you something about the rest of this group, in my opinion. She looks great out there as she warms up, or I shouldn't say warms up, as she's being circled in the paddock waiting to move on to the next step in the rider's up call. But it's been more than a year for this filly to race. Brendan Walsh more than capable off these long layups. I understand that. But the 3 filly has the recency advantage over this second choice. And if she's the one that she has to beat, it makes me like the 3 even more.
I see what you're saying. And look, Moon Swag, though, she looks fit off the layoff. And people are looking at her past performances. She ran against Clairiere. She ran against Malathot. We're talking about leaders in the Distaff division, and she does have class. It's a question of whether or not she'll be ready today at 1 mile and a 16th.
The 2-horse Tap Dancing Lady, she was third at odds of 8-1 in a field of 7 at Churchill Downs, going a 1-turn mile. She'd run some solid races at Churchill. In fact, stakes placed in the Monomoy Girl back in June. What led you in the direction of this Tapiture filly?
I actually think she's probably better going longer. 1 mile and a 16th, to me, seems more ideal than the mile that she comes out of. She finished 3rd against Powder River last time out. And I'm not saying that she could turn the tables today, but I do think that maybe she can lessen the gap there at 1 mile and a 16th.
The number 5 horse, Emmeline, a Violence filly. How about this hit for these connections? RCC Racing Stable and Realm Racing Stable. Purchased back in 2019, Keeneland September sale for $16,000. She's made over $293,000. She's run against some top company up at Woodbine, comes down here to Keeneland to compete. This has been a home run all the way for a filly that likes to sit forward. She'll take the initiative if the number 3 filly doesn't do so here today.
That's true, and it's just so hard to predict the pace when you go from synthetic or turf to the main track. I just find it that sometimes these fillies have a better or an easier time making the lead on synthetic or turf. It doesn't always translate to the main track, but we will see. She has been a very honest filly, though, to date.
Let's go to the rail filly, Princess of Cairo for Mike Puich, a mare by Cairo Prince for Mark DiDomenico. We saw her in the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. She finished 5th that day, was part of the pace. But this is just a completely and utterly different scenario for the 1 Princess of Cairo as she sits at 7-1.
Yeah, that's why I used her in second, Scott, because this is a huge class relief. But even when she came off the layoff and ran in that 3 other than allowance race back at Churchill Downs in June, she ran into Travel Column. I mean, these are really, really nice fillies and mares that she's faced, and I like the fact that she now comes back to manageable company at 1 mile and a 16th, having drawn the rail. Just think she's got a lot of potential here at 8-1.
And she's entered in the Racing Age sale that concludes the November sale on the November 17th afternoon. Hip number 5167 is Princess of Cairo, as she's 8-1 right now. 10 minutes to post, race 9 here at Keeneland.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 10th and final race, a late jockey change in race 10. 10th race, number 6, Mark of the Z. Make the jockey Raylu Gutierrez. Ray Gutierrez rides the 6, Mark of the Z, in today's 10th race. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race. The Mulholland Springs allow its optional claiming race for a price of $80,000. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No scratches, no jockey changes. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Again, no changes in race 9. Post time in 5 minutes.
You get in two. I want you in two.
Okay. Well, that was.
Thank you. Sorry, guys. I love your outfit.
We'll start with Emmeline, the Ontario Invader Emmeline, coming down from Woodbine. This will be her final race, likely for her connections, because, Gabby, she's entered in the Keeneland November breeding stock sale portion of the sale, which is a vast majority of it. She's hip number 339. One to look out for, Keeneland graduate who's made over $293,000. Again, cataloged in the Keeneland November sale is hip number 339.
Yeah, and she looks nice here, getting a nice warm up there under Martine Garcia. Ears are forward. She just looked very professional in the post parade. Just seems like a filly with a lot of class. Scott.
And as mentioned, too, Princess of Cairo, the number 1 horse. She's in the Keeneland November sale, part of the racing horses of racing age portion, which is on November 17th. She's hip number 5167. So coming into this race, looking for some money on the way out.
Look at her size. She has a lot of size to her. She seems like a filly that's very fit coming into today. And I think it's encouraging to see that she is bet on the board at 7-1, down from a 15-1 morning line. But she just had a really nice presence about her that I noticed today, Scott.
It's race number 9, start of the late double here at Keeneland. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, the Mulholland Springs. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Powder River. There goes Emmeline between horses. These two come to the front, and Jerry B is right there as well. Emmeline has the lead a half length, and Powder River is there to the inside in second, heading into the first turn. Jerry B goes in the third spot. Extrema, fourth down toward the inside. Moonswag is fifth in between horses. Big Bad Diva out in the center of the track, 3 wide and seventh around the first turn, and is followed by Princess of Cairo back toward the inside. Microcap is between horses near the back of the pack, running 6 from the front, and a gap of nearly 3 more back to Tap Dancing Lady, who trails that opening quarter 23.62 seconds. Up the backstretch, Powder River the leader, and leads Emmeline by a length and a half. Extrema goes third to the inside, a half length. Jerry B, Moonswag between horses. Princess of Cairo against the rail, 5 from the front at the midpoint of the backstretch. Microcap is in between horses. Big Bad Diva to her outside, and Tap Dancing Lady is last, 7 from the lead. First half mile went in 47.87 seconds. Powder River, Emmeline, they go 1-2, separated by less than a length. Moonswag seeks to join them on the far outside in third. Jerry B wide and fourth around the far turn, followed by Princess of Cairo. Microcap is between horses, still 5 from the front around the turn. And here comes Moonswag drawing alongside of Powder River as they come to the quarter pole. Princess of Cairo goes third. Emmeline has lost some ground back into the fourth position now as they move for the top of the short stretch. Jerry B is fifth. Moonswag right alongside of Powder River as they turn for home for the lead. Here's Moonswag from the outside and Powder River to the inside. These two going at it, 3 lengths more to Princess of Cairo in third. Into the final furlong they come, and Moonswag has a narrow lead from Powder River. Moonswag on the outside. Powder River is second. A length between them. Moonswag in front for Tyler Gaffalione. Moonswag to win it. Powder River was home second. Princess of Cairo third, and the Tap Dancing Lady rallied fourth.
No problem with the year layoff for Moonswag here today. She made a big move around the turn. Looked like Tyler Gaffalione was sitting on a lot of filly off this long layoff, and that turned out to be the case. Nice win for Farfellow Farms, and a lot of credit has to be given to Brendan Walsh and his team to have her ready for this kind of performance.
And she had some really nice races before the layoff, and taking that time to bring her back in this type of form. Scott, she looked absolutely loaded when they were turning around the final turn, and she really was impressive coming down the stretch here. Wrapping it up in the end, getting the victory at 4-1. It's 6-3-1 across the board.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race. Number 6, Moonswag was first. Number 3, Powder River second. Number 1, Princess of Cairo was third. Number 2, Tap Dancing Lady fourth. 6-3-1-2 unofficial. Into the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of Keeneland's ninth race, the Mulholland Springs number 6 Moon Swag. Owned by Farfellow Farms Limited of Kip Nelman, trained by Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffaleone, the winning jockey. Second win today for that trainer-jockey combination. Moon Swag, a 4-year-old filly by Malibu Moon out of Yara by Put It Back, bred in Kentucky by Spendthrift Farm, LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets the 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 45.95 seconds. The results of race 9 official. 6-3-1-2, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Mulholland Springs trophy presentation to the connections of number 6, Moon Swag. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 2, 4 left. Scratch the 8, Hollis. Scratch the 14, Rockcrest, and scratch the 16, City Drifter. Again, scratch the 2, 4 left. Scratch the 8, Hollis. Scratch the 14, Rockcrest, and scratch the 16, City Drifter. A reminder, number 13, Unified Report, draws into the race. Likewise, number 15, Knocker Down, draws into the race. Jockey changes as follows. On number 3, Proven Strategies, Ricardo Santana Jr. Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey for number 3, Proven Strategies. And on number 6, Mark of the Z, the jockey Raylu Gutierrez. Ray Gutierrez, the jockey for number 6, Mark of the Z. Turf listed good, rail at 20 feet.
says
Race number 10, 15 minutes to post. As we take a look into the paddock at the number 6 runner in here, 5-1 in a very wide open race. And this number 6 horse, Mark of the Z. Rider change to Ray Gutierrez. No E.T. Baird here this afternoon. Ray Gutierrez looking to make this Michigan-bred son of Zulu Magic perfect, continue to make him perfect here at Keeneland. 2 for 2 so far, 1 on opening weekend, and are going to get one as we round out the meet here, or try to get one as we round out the meet here at Keeneland. And this horse just fits this group, I think, and it's an easy horse to root for. Love that these connections have come down here in the times that they have and found the success that they've had with this 11-time winner.
this is a very tough race. You can see it reflected on the tote board right now. We have 5 horses at 5-1 and only 1 horse at 5-2. That's the number 10 horse. But Mark of the Z definitely fits with these. He's very fast. You know, I'm a big fan of E.T. Baird, hoping to get rider change on the 6 Mark of the Z. But E.T. Baird was aboard this horse last time out when he won at Keeneland. And, I mean, he's tactical. He can show speed. He can be on the lead. He can stalk the pace. Wherever he needs to be, he can be successful.
Let's go to the favorites. 5-2, Totally Boss. He's got a lot of class, so that's one thing that's easy to lean on with him. Last time he was in an allowance race, he won at Churchill Downs. He'll settle from off the pace and make a run at him if things go as they normally do with this 7-year-old gelding making start 24 of his career. And that's one of the nice things about these turf sprinters. They can have long careers, and we see it so often. And this 7-year-old gelding continues on at the age of 7 for his 4th start this season.
And some of his best races are right here at Keeneland. He's 3 for 3 in the money at Keeneland. And a couple years ago, 2020, finished 2nd to Leinster in the Grade 2 Shakertown. So he definitely has class and class here. He's just one of those closing sprinters, Scott, that needs a little bit of luck.
Brendan Walsh looking to take the late double. He sends out the 7 Francatelli. Irad is in the saddle. That's Irad Ortiz Jr. 8-month layoff. We just saw Moonswag come off of a year-plus layoff to win race number 9 here today. And this is a horse that's quick. He'll be part of the pace, try to be part of the pace if things go right away from the gate.
He was very good in the beginning of his career. He won an allowance race at Laurel a couple years back by almost 10 lengths, stakes winner on the turf. He has just been kind of out of form as of late in his last 2 starts. But maybe they regrouped with him, gave him some time, brought him back. On his best day, Scott, he will find the winner's circle. It's just, what Francatelli do we see today?
Boldor is the 4 horse for Steve Asmussen. This is a horse that's getting 15-1 action right now, and Boldor comes off of a stakes win against Virginia Bred Company over at Colonial. So returns to Keeneland for the 3rd time. Last time we saw him here was fall of last year, where he made little impact on that race. 10th in a field of 10, finishing 15 lengths behind.
His last race was one of his better races on form, so at least this is a horse that is in good form. But I think you have to compare the likelihood of him winning versus the 10 Totally Boss, because they both have a similar running style. If you like a closer in this race, you probably like the 10 Totally Boss. If he has to match him stride for stride, I don't know that he can be better than him, but definitely worth a gamble at 15-1. This horse shouldn't be that price.
Joel Rosario, Wesley Ward, they had 3 wins together yesterday. They've got Outdoor, the number 5 horse, who's 5-1. He has never sprinted here at Keeneland. His only other turf race at Keeneland and race period at Keeneland was when he was a 2-year-old, and they opted to run him in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, where he was 3rd, setting the pace behind Fire at Will and the well-bred Battleground. So he has won on the turf course sprinting, which he did so at Saratoga, and his last few races have come at 6 furlongs up to 6.5 furlongs. So it's Wesley Ward. It's a turf sprint race here at Keeneland. Always have to be respected.
I just like the fact that he cuts back in distance a little bit, Scott. He's definitely a better horse on the turf, and I think he's better going shorter. We mentioned this earlier, that 6.5 furlongs, a place truer to a mile here at Keeneland versus this traditional sprint. So I like the cutback for him.
Very good race to close out the card. Turf sprint in 11 minutes. It's race number 10 here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Mount Brilliant Farm, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. Rail at 20 feet today. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 2-4 left. Also scratch the 8 Hollis. Also scratch the 14 Rockcrest and scratch the 16 City Drifter. Number 13, Unified Report, draws into the race. Likewise, number 15, Knock Her Down, draws into the race. A couple of jockey changes on number 3, Proven Strategies, Ricardo Santana Jr. Ricardo Santana Jr. rides the 3. And on the 6, Mark of the Z, Ray Gutierrez. Ray Gutierrez rides the 6, Mark of the Z. Post time, 5 minutes.
Couple of horses with some pep in their step when they came out with the ponies, one being the 10, Totally Boss, off the month-and-a-half freshening. He continues to be one of the favorites. He's still the favorite at 3-1. You've got to obviously respect the class drop that he's taking, but he looks well out there. The 7-year-old son of Street Boss, who's been so well handled through the years by Rusty Arnold, start 24 of his career. He's feeling good out there on the course, as is another 7-year-old, breaking the rules. He's a 7-year-old horse for the Phipps Stables. Phipps homebred by Warfront from an AP Indy Stakes Place First Dam. Well-related family, good family, stakes winners from the First Dam, comes off the 10-month layoff. Perhaps this is a jumping-off point, but he showed good energy when he came out with the pony as well. He's running longer distance races, but maybe they're just trying to see if this will work out for him as he moves into the later stages of his career at the age of 7. He is currently sitting at 16-1 on the board. That's the number 12, and looking beautiful with the sun shining towards the grandstand as he's on that first turn or near it. 2 minutes before the 10th and final here at Keeneland for this Friday card.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Mount Brilliant Farm. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Outador for the early lead. Francatelli has speed. Mark of the Z in between that pair. Unified Report comes away running in fourth. Charcoal, a lane off the rail in fifth. Inhalation quickly gets to the rail in sixth. Breaking the Rules is in seventh. Knocker Down eighth up on the outside. Boldor is ninth. Proven Strategies is 10th. Bob's Edge is 11th. Totally Boss, last of the 12, 22.18 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Outador leads it. Mark of the Z is second, a half length. Separates the top two around the far turn. Charcoal is third. And then Francatelli, who's fourth and running 4 lengths off the lead, placed toward the outside at the top of the stretch. Unified Report, Knocker Down out in the center of the course. Inhalation looks toward the inside. Totally Boss is still last. Here's Mark of the Z challenging Outador. Charcoal seeking to join them from third. Outador has the lead by 2, by 3. Outador in front. Mark of the Z in second. Charcoal breaking the rules, running late toward the inside, all behind Outador. Outador wins it for Joel Rosario. Mark of the Z home second, breaking the rules, came up the inside to grab third.
This is going to be quite a trainer's race for the championship for the fall meet here at Keeneland as Wesley Ward picks up another, this time with Altador, showing speed on the grass and kept on going as he was tracked by Mark of the Z.
Yeah, showed a lot of speed going to the front end, taking the field gate to wire. Joel Rosario and Wesley Ward having themselves a day yesterday and continuing that momentum here this evening with the nightcap.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th and final race. Number 5, Altador, first. Number 6, Mark of the Z, second. Number 12, Breaking the Rules, third. The 11, Charcoal, was fourth. Number 3, Proven Strategies, fifth. 5, 6, 12, 11, 3, unofficial. Results official for Keeneland's 10th race. 5, 6, 12, 11, 3, the official results. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the official winner of the Mount Brilliant Farm Purse, number 5, Altador. Owned by Breeze Easy LLC of Mike Hall, trained by Wesley Ward. 2 wins today for jockey Joel Rosario. Altador, Outwork, 4-year-old gelding out of Adore You by Tactical Cat, bred in Kentucky by Deanne Bear and Greg Bear. Keeneland, September sales graduate, Altador, covers the 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good today in 1 minute 2.99 seconds. Again, results official. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $8,598 heading into tomorrow's program. Post time 1 p.m. Eastern. And the Winter Circle, the Mount Brilliant Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of number 5 out the door. We thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland and for Rubicon, thank you and good evening.